Chapter 250. Spirit Refinement Realm. Tempering the essence soul. Heavenly lightning surrounded Zhou Xuanji's body, and he fell into a mysterious state. With the lightning golden body, he was like an indomitable god of thunder, standing proudly on the battlefield, and allowing the heavenly lightning to continuously strike him. Dozens of divine swords circled around him, creating a gust of wind. The thunderclouds were still surging, and there was an oppressive feeling that the sky was about to collapse. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's comprehension of world reincarnation increased greatly. Lightning entered his body, turned into his power, and was then struck out by him, dissipating into the world and returning to nature. Wasn't this a type of reincarnation? Detected that the sword owner has reached the spirit refinement realm. Gacha begins. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Heavenly Soul Ancient God Sword, Gold Evil Green Sword Tyrant Tharch Ring. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Heavenly Soul Divine Sword. This was the second Heavenly Soul Divine Sword he had obtained. However, he could not care about the Divine Sword for the time being. He focused on the tribulation. His aura rose steadily, causing all the demons and cultivators to be moved. Xian Xianghua's furrowed brows relaxed, and her eyes smiled beautifully. In the distance. Ha ha ha. I knew Grandmaster could do it. Su Yang was so excited that he jumped on the spot, as if he was the one who passed the tribulation, and not Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui cried tears of joy. She put her palms together in front of her chest and prayed for Zhou Xuanji. Daoya Old Man and Ning Zifeng were in disbelief. That was the tribulation of ascension. The others cheered excitedly. On the Hanin divine sect's side, cheers shook the heavens. Everyone was shouting Zhou Xuanji's name. At that moment, in their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was the sword emperor of the present age. The way he transcended the tribulation was simply too domineering. He directly absorbed the thunder war god. Ridiculous. Su Xianxian stood on the city wall, smiling like a flower. Nan Ruoyan and Zhang Lanya exchanged a glance. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. This kid had even passed the tribulation of ascension. So wouldn't he definitely be able to ascend in the future? Too strong. From today onwards, Zhou Xuanji is my target. I suddenly want to learn swordsmanship. Too domineering. This is the heroic spirit of a man, daring to go against the heavens. I have a premonition that he will stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 emperors of the sword Dao, or even surpass them. 1,000 years later, he will definitely be the strongest in the world. The cultivators discussed animatedly. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the difference between sects and expressed their excitement. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji felt unprecedentedly powerful, as if everything in the world had become so insignificant. He was like a god, looking down on the common people. Gradually, he discovered that he could actually control the power of heavenly lightning. Once he activated the invincible Vajra body, the lightning would follow. At that time, who would dare to approach him? He subconsciously looked at the thunderclap sword and asked in his heart, after absorbing so much lightning, is it time for it to level up? That's right. When the heavenly tribulation dissipates, the supreme legendary sword system will level it up. The sword spirit replied quickly, causing him to narrow his eyes. Does this mean that I can rely on the thunderclap sword every time I undergo a tribulation in the future? In theory, as long as the power of the heavenly lightning doesn't exceed the limits of the thunderclap sword, it's fine. Zhou Xuanji heard him and burst out laughing. It felt so good. From now on, wouldn't he be unafraid of heavenly tribulations? He could even help his teammates transcend their tribulations. By helping others transcend their tribulations, he could also let the thunderclap sword absorb the power of heavenly lightning to level up. It was the best of both worlds. At the thought of this, he felt even more exhilarated. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound came. A massive saber came charging at him with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji moved instantly. His body turned into countless afterimages, and he slashed with his sword in a dazzling manner. Clang! The sky-extinguishing sword cut the massive saber in half, and sparks flew everywhere. Sherho Demon Sovereign's expression changed drastically. That was his treasured saber. It broke just like that. Zhou Xuanji charged toward him suddenly. His speed was much faster than before. 10,000 ultimate steps. Pshhhh. Before Shurho Demon Sovereign could react, he was decapitated, and blood spurted into the sky. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him, and stabbed the thunderclap sword into his back. At the same time, he activated world internalization to absorb his demonic energy. Soon, Shurho Demon Sovereign's body went limp and fell to the ground. His astral spirit floated out of his body, and looked at Zhou Xuanji in terror. He immediately turned to flee. He knew that he could no longer stand up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the thunderclap sword, ranged sword propelling. He quickly raised his right hand, and the Tianxia map exploded out with a suction force, sucking Shurho Demon Sovereign's astral spirit into his palm. He did not hesitate. With a thought, the Tianxia map destroyed Shurho Demon Sovereign's astral spirit. In front of him, a 9th-rank great demon had died without being able to retaliate at all. The heavens and earth fell silent. He bent down and took off Shurho Demon Sovereign's storage ring, and the divine lightning descended on his body. However, the divine lightning could no longer harm him. Patian Demon Monarch and all of the demons were dumbfounded. The Hanin divine sex people were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this a bit too absurd? Zhou Xuanji's performance before and after the tribulation was like a completely different person. He slowly turned and looked at Patian Demon Monarch as he said, "Tell Jihuang Demon Lord that he harmed my woman. I will personally deal with him." "Oh, you won't have the chance to tell him." After saying this, he turned into a ray of lightning and rushed towards Patian Demon Monarch. Roar. Ancestral Dragon Sword. He turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon, and his body was surrounded by divine lightning, giving off an unstoppable aura. Patian Demon Monarch's expression fell, and he immediately turned to flee. It was a pity that he was much slower than Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The 5-clawed golden dragon slammed into Patian Demon Monarch's back, and the terrifying power and the divine lightning caused his body to explode. He charged forwards and crashed into the massive city's barrier of light, shattering it. Just as he was about to crash into the city walls, the 5-clawed golden dragon turned into his original form. Starlight filled the sky as it descended and fell on his body. The cultivators on the city walls all looked at him in shock. They would never forget this scene. He looked up and saw that the thunderclouds were starting to dissipate. Traces of sunlight shone down from the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the ground. In the distance, the demon army hurriedly ran in fear, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would find them. Thus the battle ended. Zhou Xuanji had turned the tide of the battle by himself. He waited where he was, and had the sword spirit release the information about the two swords. Sword name: Ancient God Sword Grade. Heavenly Soul description: contains the remnant souls of 9 ancient powerhouses. Every 3 years, one soul's power will be released. When all 9 souls are released, this sword's might will be completely awakened. Sword name: Evil Green Sword Grade. Gold description: legends say that there are 7 colored swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and green represents sorrow. If all 7 colored swords are gathered, they will fuse into an ancient demonic sword. 9 ancient powerhouses? Zhou Xuanji blinked. Were they the 9 ancient powerhouses of the northern wilderness? Or were they created by the supreme legendary sword system? And the evil green sword? There were other colors? 7 colors fused together to form an ancient demonic sword? Green represented sorrow. Zhou Xuanji's thoughts ran wild. Just as he was thinking, Xian Xianghua walked in front of him and smiled as she said, "Little husband, you're quite awe-inspiring. After today, you'll most likely be able to rank in the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Come, Wonderful Book House." Chapter 251. Only the top 50. Zhou Xuanji took out a white shirt and asked as he put it on. The heavenly lightning on his body dissipated, and the golden surface of his body returned to normal, revealing his fair skin. He killed 2 9th-stage great demons, and was only ranked in the top 50? Zhou Xuanji felt quite dissatisfied. Now that he had another Heavenly Soul legendary sword, his battle power would definitely double, and he could become even more powerful. After reaching the spirit refinement realm, Even if he absorbed the demonic energy of the two ninth-order great demons, he still wouldn't be able to break through. How strange. Perhaps this was the drawback of having abnormal strength. The amount of spiritual power required to break through each level was far greater than that of others of the same level. It's already very exaggerated. When I was your age, I was still looking up to the inner pellet realm. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him, but her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The kid in front of him had the aura of a powerhouse. Thinking back to the first time they met, things were really different now. Oh, is your talent that bad? Zhou Xuanji asked mockingly as he looked into the distance. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others were flying over with the second-generation disciples. Their faces were filled with excitement. That battle just now was too hot-blooded, especially for the second-generation disciples. They even had the urge to sacrifice their lives for Zhou Xuanji and go through fire and water. This kind of expert was worth following for a lifetime. Nan Ruyan descended with a group of elders and attendants of the Hanin divine sect. They bowed in unison and said, "Thank you for your help, senior." In the cultivation world, the strong were revered. Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than them, so he was their senior. Su Xianxian stood behind them and looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. She did not go up to greet him. After all, the gap between them was too big. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly and continued to wait for Jiang Shui and the others. "What is the Tyrant Tharch ring?" he asked curiously. He had always been interested in the equipment in the supreme legendary sword system. A ring that can strengthen the pressure of an emperor, and it can also store spiritual energy to create a layer of defensive barrier. When it encounters a fatal injury, it will automatically activate and cause a backlash. Zhou Xuanji heard him, and his eyes brightened. What a treasure! Seeing that he didn't say anything, Nan Ruyan and the others didn't dare to say anything either. They just waited quietly. Xian Xianghua stared at his face and sank into deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking about. After a while, Jiang Shui and the others came. They surrounded Zhou Xuanji and asked him questions. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he replied. His attitude towards the Hanin divine sect was completely different. "Senior Zhou, why don't you come into the city and let our Hanin divine sect thank you?" Nan Ruyan asked as she cupped her fists. She was convinced by Zhou Xuanji's power, so she naturally wanted to rope him in. She glanced at Su Xianxian from the corner of her eyes, and a plan formed in her mind. Zhou Xuanji nodded and led the group into the city. After breaking through, he needed time to consolidate his cultivation. In this battle, Zhou Xuanji charged into an army of millions of demons alone, transcended the tribulation of ascension, and slew 2 ninth-rank great demons. This would surely shake the entire northern wilderness region. Ever since the war between the two races began, the human race had never achieved such a result. It wasn't that the human race didn't have any mighty figures, but that whenever a mighty figure made a move, the demon race would send an equally powerful being to defend against it. In less than 3 days, this news spread throughout the northern wilderness region, causing countless people to be in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji reached spirit refinement. He even passed the tribulation of ascension. Doesn't that mean he will definitely ascend in the future? Who said that Zhou Xuanji is an evil cultivator? That's too domineering. He broke through during a battle. I heard that Zhou Xuanji fought for Xian Xianghua, and he even said that he would make Jihuang Demon Lord pay. So he did it to save the damsel in distress? Tui, it should be an accomplice. He's too powerful. The human race needs to be saved by a genius like him. Among the 7 empires and various factions, there were many such discussions. The human race was divided into 2 camps. One camp was crazy for Zhou Xuanji and hoped that he would save the human race. The other camp looked down on Zhou Xuanji and thought that he had no sense of shame and was willing to risk everything for Xian Xianghua. Zhou Xuanji could not hear these voices for now. Even if he could, he would not care. At this moment, he was caressing the ancient god sword in his house. The ancient god sword was 1.5 meters long. The blade was thick and broad, and it was silvery white in color. The hilt was engraved with dragon patterns, and the 2 ends of the crossguard were shaped like dragon claws. There was a bright blue gem in the center, and the tip of the hilt was like a crown. With this sword in hand, he could sense a boundless domineering aura. It was like an emperor above all swords, high and mighty. The ancient god's sword was very heavy, and according to his estimations, it should be 50,000 kilograms. For the current him, holding the ancient god's sword did not take much effort at all. Sword spirit, where do the souls in the ancient god's sword come from? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. He had just tested it. The first ancient soul was called Emperor Hanlin. He did not know how strong it was. When he used Emperor Hanlin's possession, his power would greatly increase, and its effects would not be any weaker than the sky-extinguishing sword. When the two were combined, it would be ridiculously powerful. He even felt that he could sweep across all great realization cultivators. They come from different worlds. When the Supreme Legendary Sword System brought you to the Northern Wilderness, it absorbed many souls and used their memories to create all sorts of legendary swords and treasures. The sword spirit replied. This caused Zhou Xuanji to think deeply. Different worlds. There was too much information in this explanation, and he could not think too much about it. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Following this, Xian Xianghua pushed open the door and entered. He opened his eyes and said unhappily, "I didn't say you could come in." Xian Xianghua walked over to his side and sat down, and the door closed with a bang. "Didn't you say that I'm your woman? If I want to come in, then I can." She stretched out her right hand and began caressing Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji felt a chill down his spine. He moved his butt to the side and distanced himself from her. "Tell me, what is it?" he asked in a low voice. If Jiang Shui came back from shopping, how awkward would it be? Although Jiang Shui had acknowledged Xian Xianghua's existence, they were not married yet, so the two women were bound to be jealous of each other. "You said that you want to settle scores with Jihuang Demon Lord. Is that true?" Xian Xianghua asked sternly. At the mention of Jihuang Demon Lord, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You don't have to be moved. I don't want you to go. Although you are very strong now, Jihuang Demon Lord is stronger. He can even hurt me. Don't take the risk. Just take in some disciples in the surroundings and go back." That battle from before made her even more certain that Zhou Xuanji was the 10,000-year prince. She believed that the other powerful beings had also guessed it. Therefore, he had to avoid the limelight. "I have my own considerations. Don't worry," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Jihuang Demon Lord was only the second in the world. If he was afraid, how could he fight against the top cultivator? How could he fight against the heavens? He changed the topic and asked, "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Why are you so easily injured? How many ancient evil kings are there in this world that you can absorb and recover from? This old witch was too unsteady. Sooner or later he would die." Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 252. Facing Zhou Xuanji's rebuke, Xian Xianghua fell silent. This injury also calmed her down. Times had changed. She was no longer the world's top cultivator. Even though her cultivation had grown, she could not even defeat the second in the world. She sighed and said, "I know. After I gather the Tanhua sect, I will go back with you. I won't fight for the world's top cultivator anymore. You will fight for me in the future." As she spoke, she looked at Zhou Xuanji with a passionate gaze. She planned to nurture Zhou Xuanji well. She wanted to nurture a world's top cultivator. Yang Di was the world's top cultivator 3 times. His position in history was not high because he was still young. If Zhou Xuanji were to be the world's top cultivator 5 times or 10 times, how would the future generations remember him? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. "Gather my ass. Just stay by my side. From now on, I will eliminate evil and do good. When I establish my sect, the world will know where you are. The evil cultivators under you will come to find you. Why would a sect lord look for his disciple?" Zhou Xuanji threw her a stare and announced domineeringly. Xian Xianghua did not refute, but nodded with a smile and looked at him in a daze. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked some questions about the battle between Xian Xianghua and Jihuang Demon Lord. He wanted to know his enemy and know himself. Skyfall was surrounded by the demons. Jihuang Demon Lord's claws had already reached Skyfall. For long-term development, he had to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. Once the demons were defeated, they would not have the energy to bother him, and the human race needed time to recover. A while later, Jiang Shui returned. She was in a good mood and must have bought many good things. But when she saw Xian Xianghua, her smile froze. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Since you're back, let's get ready to depart." Xian Xianghua stood up with a smile and walked up to Jiang Shui. "Little sister, are you jealous?" She lifted her chin and asked with a smile. "Humph." Jiang Shui snorted coldly and dodged her hand. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and walked out of the room with Jiang Shui. Xian Xianghua chuckled and followed closely behind. An hour later, they gathered everyone together and walked towards the city gate. Su Yang was extremely excited and kept talking beside Xiao Jinghong. Grand Teacher is famous across the world again. Now all the kingdoms and cities are discussing this. Many people think that Grandmaster will be the savior of the human race. The other second-generation disciples were also very excited, and they discussed in twos and threes. When they reached the city gate, Nan Ruoyan, Zhang Lanya, and Su Xianxian appeared in front of them. "Senior Zhou, are you leaving now?" Nan Ruoyan pretended to be frightened as she asked. She had an expression, as if she was sorry for not being a good host. Zhou Xuanji said, "We still have things to do and should leave. If we stay here any longer, more people might die." He shut Nan Ruoyan's mouth with a single sentence. She rolled her eyes and said, "Senior, our sex saintess has long heard of your great name. Why don't you bring her along and let her serve you?" Hearing this, Su Xianxuan's expression suddenly became shy. Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua narrowed their eyes, while the others revealed ambiguous expressions. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I don't need someone to serve me." After saying that, he brushed past Nan Ruoyan. Su Xianxian felt as if she was struck by lightning, and her mind instantly went blank. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came into her ears. "Cultivate well. You are a competitive woman, and don't want to be a man's appendage. I look forward to seeing a more powerful and independent you in the future." She heard him and smiled immediately. She had found her true self. When she first met Zhou Xuanji, she was still thinking about how to get rid of the engagement with the little evil lord. How could she lose herself because of Zhou Xuanji now? She felt gratitude in her heart. Zhou Xuanji became more and more important in her heart. Nan Ruoyan sighed, but she was not angry. It was impossible to rely on a woman to climb up to Zhou Xuanji's height. Or else, she might look down on Zhou Xuanji in her heart. And so, Zhou Xuanji and the others left the massive city and continued their journey. In the vast and boundless desert, countless demons gathered together, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Wooden and stone houses were built among them. In one of the stone palaces, Jihuang Demon Lord gathered dozens of 8th rank and 9th rank great demons. He sat on the main seat, and a massive tiger head hung behind him. Even though he was sitting, he was 15 meters tall. He wore dark purple armor and had a sinister face. His eyes were crimson, and his face was covered with many red tattoos, which made him look hideous and terrifying. He wore a black crown with sharp horns, which made him look like the Lord of Demons. The atmosphere in the palace was extremely oppressive. All the demons under him did not dare to breathe. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Jihuang Demon Lord. "Zhou Xuanji, Sword God Zhou," Jihuang Demon Lord said slowly. His voice was magnetic, and it was filled with absolute dominance and murderous intent. Losing Shurho Demon Sovereign and Patian Demon Monarch was like cutting off an arm of the demon race. But what angered him more was that he lost face. Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji's talent is really out of the ordinary. Could he be the legendary 10,000-year prince? A white-haired old demon said carefully, fearing that Jihuang Demon Lord would vent his anger on him. 10,000-year prince. All the demons were shocked. They had heard of the legend of the 10,000-year prince, and this was the only explanation. Who would believe that someone who was not even 30 years old had the power to rank in the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness top 100? Whether he is or not, this sovereign will kill him and make him die a painful death. Jihuang Demon Lord said coldly, and the temperature in the palace plummeted. Send my order to find Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts. If you encounter Zhou Xuanji, retreat immediately. This sovereign will deal with him personally. The demons did not dare to object to his order. Jihuang Demon Monarch then asked, Has Sunlight Emperor made any moves recently? Ever since Huangquan Drake King was willing to help him, he paid special attention to Yang Di. As long as Yang Di did not act, the world would belong to him. Xian Xianghua was already heavily injured, and Jiang Wudi was a coward, and did not dare to participate in the battle. In the current world, the only person who could threaten his ambition was Yang Di. No, he should still be in closed-door cultivation, a demon replied. For cultivators like Yang Di, it was normal for him to be in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. Other than the World Millennium Duel, nothing else could attract Yang Di's interest. Continue to keep an eye on him. Inform this sovereign immediately if anything happens. Jihuang Demon Lord nodded. After that, he asked about other things. After arranging all the battles, he asked the demons to leave. He got up slowly and disappeared with a sway of his body. When he reappeared, he was in a dim dungeon. Someone was locked up in the dungeon ahead. It was Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk. At this moment, Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk's hands and feet were chained up. He was covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. He sat cross-legged on the ground and chanted softly. Have you divined it? Jihuang Demon Lord walked to the dungeon and asked with a deep voice. Xuanhe Divine Chief Monk did not open his eyes and said, If I divined it, I will tell you. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 253. Don't play tricks. If you want to avenge your revered teacher, you have to rely on me. And your disciples, if you want them to live, you have to listen to me. Jihuang Demon Lord looked down at Xuanhe Divine Monk and mocked. He did not kill Xuanhe Divine Monk because he had other uses. Xuanhe Divine Monk and Daoya Old Man were close friends. Both of them were skilled in divination and knew about yin and yang. Facing Jihuang Demon Lord's threat, Xuanhe Divine Monk did not reply. He was already used to it. By the way, is Zhou Xuanji the 10,000-year prince? Jihuang Demon Lord continued to ask with deep meaning in his eyes. He knew about the relationship between Xuanhe Divine Monk and Zhou Xuanji's grand teacher. Xuanhe Divine Monk's master killer was in cahoots with his close friend's grand disciple. What a drama! No, the 10,000-year prince is someone else, and he is already born. Xuanhe Divine Monk replied, which made Jihuang Demon Lord frown. Yang Di is the 10,000-year prince. No. Jiang Wudi. No. Original? Impossible. Jihuang Demon Lord fell into silence. His eyes were burning with rage. Then tell me, who is the 10,000-year prince? He asked with a deep voice. The legend of the 10,000-year prince was too mysterious. If he really existed, he would surely be an obstacle to him. I'm not sure. Xuanhe Divine Monk replied. Jihuang Demon Lord opened his eyes wide and slammed his palm across the air. Boom! Xuanhe Divine Monk was slammed into the wall by the palm wind, and blood spurted out from his throat. Jihuang Demon Lord snorted coldly and left. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji and his companions walked in the desert. Hundreds of people followed behind them as they practiced their sword techniques. Now there were a total of 121 second-generation disciples. After Zhou Xuanji's tribulation, his fame reached a new peak. He passed by a kingdom, which attracted countless people. After half a month of assessment, he took in dozens of talented disciples. His requirement had always been to choose nothing over substandard disciples. These second-generation disciples had great comprehension of the sword's way. They could learn a sword technique in a short period of time. But to achieve great accomplishment they needed more time. Su Yang had already become the eldest senior brother of the second-generation disciples. Although there were others who surpassed him in talent, none of them were as wild as him. Moreover, he had already taken Xiao Jinghong as his teacher, and Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's only disciple. At this moment, Ning Zifeng was teaching the second-generation disciples how to practice swordsmanship. Everyone's movements were in sync with his, and it was a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji, Daoya Old Man and Xian Xianghua discussed the hidden powerful cultivators of the northern wilderness region. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian were all listening attentively. The little black snake and Zhou Xiaoqi were teasing Zhang Kuanglan. 2 dragon eagles circled in the sky, patrolling for them. I've always been curious. Who taught Sunlight Emperor? Daoya Old Man asked Xian Xianghua. Among them, Xian Xianghua knew Sunlight Emperor the best. After all, they had fought 3 times. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him. How would I know? Zhou Xuanji was thinking about the Haotian sect. The Haotian church would not have more than 1 demon lord left in the world. Otherwise, with Zhang Kuanglan's current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to do anything. At this moment, Xian Xianghua stopped suddenly, and so did Daoya Old Man. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw a person walking toward them in the sandstorm. Everyone be on guard! Ning Zifeng cried out suddenly, which shocked all the second-generation disciples. Great realization, nothing to be afraid of. Xian Xianghua laughed softly, which made the others speechless. The little black snake could not help but ask, "You are already crippled, and you still look down on great realization?" Just when it finished speaking, a wave of murderous aura made it shudder. It immediately shut its mouth and hid behind Zhou Xiaoqi. Born to be extraordinary, born with violet qi. Heaven is jealous, and your fate is difficult. An ancient voice came from the front, which shocked Zhou Xuanji and the others. He came with ill intentions. This was obviously directed at Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? Tell me your name. Daoya Old Man asked loudly. He was not worried because Zhou Xuanji was already powerful enough. A mere great realization was not enough to pose a threat. The man walked out of the sandstorm. He wore an old yellow Taoist robe and had a wooden hairpin in his hair bun. His face was thin and his eyes were cold. He stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji and ignored the others. I don't have a name. You can call me Tao Seeker. I walk the world to follow the trajectory of the heavenly law. Seeking the Tao, Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Could it be that he's crazy? The others also frowned. All of them subconsciously felt that Qiu Dao's brain was not working well. Tao Seeker walked over slowly. His gaze did not waver. You don't belong to the Northern Wilderness region, but you can change the destiny of the Northern Wilderness region. You're not heaven. You're not the 10,000-year prince. And you're not the son of fate. Who exactly are you? He continued to ask, and Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be that this fellow could tell that he was reincarnated? Ning Zifeng drew his sword and charged forward, scolding, "Crazy old Taoist, who allowed you to spout nonsense here?" In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Qiu Dao and slashed with his sword. Tao Seeker dodged nimbly. Facing Ning Zifeng's swift sword, he didn't make a move and only dodged. Both of them were very fast, and the second-generation disciples were dazzled. So fast, that old man could dodge Senior Ning's sword. He can't really be a powerhouse, right? Anyway, the Grand Teacher is here. Don't be afraid. Yeah, the top evil cultivator is here too. The second-generation disciples chatted and laughed. They were relaxed and not nervous at all. Xian Xianghua frowned and mumbled, Tao Seeker. This name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and did not ask further. Zifeng, come back. He cried out. Having heard him, Ning Zifeng snorted coldly and withdrew his sword. Although he looked very unhappy, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This old Taoist is unfathomable. Tao Seeker stopped and looked at Zhou Xuanji with confusion in his eyes. Tao Seeker, right? What do you want? If you want to fight, be careful that my legendary sword has no eyes. If you have something else to say it quickly and move aside. Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. They were just talking about the powerful cultivators in the Northern Wilderness region, who might still be alive. He did not expect to meet one so soon. To be able to face Ning Zifeng so easily, this guy's power should be considered average among the Great Realization cultivators. Or even higher. I'm just curious. I've never interfered in the battles of the world. Since ancient times, no one could hurt me, and I've never hurt anyone either. Tao Seeker said as he shook his head in anticipation. I've met Yang Di before. He has the potential to become a great emperor. Before you appeared, the fate of the Northern Wilderness region was that he would become a great emperor. But after you appeared, everything changed. With this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was going to replace Yang Di? Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into a smile. She suddenly felt that Dao Seeker was very pleasing to the eye. Dao Seeker continued. After you appeared, Yang Di's heart changed. He will no longer be an ascetic cultivator. Soon, he will dominate the northern wilderness region and unite the human race. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 254. Everyone was stunned, including Zhou Xuanji. The development of the plot wasn't right. Yang Di wanted to dominate the northern wilderness region and unite the human race because of Zhou Xuanji? Shouldn't it be Yang Di falling from his throne and Zhou Xuanji taking his place? Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and asked, "What about him? What is his fate?" After being defeated by Sunlight Emperor 3 times, she hated Sunlight Emperor very much. She couldn't tolerate Sunlight Emperor's prestige. Moreover, he didn't allow others to publicize Sunlight Emperor's power. I can't see through him. He doesn't seem to exist in this world. So in this world, I'm the most curious about him. Dao Seeker said as he shook his head. Right after he spoke, he appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. Zhou Xuanji was so shocked that he almost attacked. What incredible speed! This fellow is definitely not as simple as a Mahayana cultivator. He must have used a spell similar to the Qi restraining art. Ning Zifeng raised his sword and stood between Dao Seeker and Zhou Xuanji. Old Taoist, I advise you not to act recklessly, he said with a deep voice. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man, and the others were also prepared for battle, surrounding Dao Seeker. I told you I won't hurt anyone, Dao Seeker replied. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and fell into deep thought. The second-generation disciples became nervous. They finally realized how unfathomable Dao Seeker was. I will always be watching you. I am looking forward to how you and Sunlight Emperor will clash. Both of you have the Monarch Purple Qi, and his Monarch Purple Qi is very special. If there are no accidents, he will be the legendary ancestor of the human race in tens of thousands of years, and he will be the great emperor of the northern wilderness region. Dao Seeker said leisurely, making Xian Xianghua very unhappy. Can you not brag about Sunlight Emperor? Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Was Yang Di really that powerful? He was not afraid. Instead, his blood was boiling. If that was the case, he would be fighting against the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. Sunlight Emperor might even surpass the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. Young man, your path will be difficult. Dao Seeker suddenly broke into a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air, not leaving behind a trace of his aura. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Is he a deity? A second-generation disciple asked cautiously, his tone filled with reverence. To be able to come and go so freely in front of Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua. If he wasn't a god, what was he? Chongming Demon Monarch scolded. God my *s. He's just trying to be mysterious. After cursing, he pulled back his neck and scanned the surroundings, fearing that Dao Seeker was still nearby. Xuanji is indeed mysterious. Previously, I also divined that we would be killed, but I didn't see Xuanji. No matter how I divined, I couldn't see through this brat. It seems like I exchanged his life back then for an extraordinary life. Daoya Old Man touched his chin as he pondered. When Zhou Xuanji was born, because he was reincarnated, he was not accepted by the heavenly law. As such, he changed Zhou Xuanji's fate and concealed heaven's secrets. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, Don't worry so much. Take it one step at a time. Cherish the present, and work hard to become more powerful. Sunlight Emperor, so what? His target had never been Sunlight Emperor. He wanted to ascend. He wanted to be invincible. Everyone nodded and chatted as they moved forward. What are you waiting for? Let's continue practicing. Ning Zifeng, who was in a bad mood, roared, scaring the second-generation disciples into raising their swords and continuing to practice. Qiu Dao's appearance cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. They speculated that it would not be long before Sunlight Emperor came out. The outcome of the war between the two races seemed to have been decided. Let's go back after taking in a few more batches of disciples, Daoya Old Man suggested. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he needed time to catch up to Yang Di. To this, Zhou Xuanji did not reply. What he was most worried about was not that he could not defeat Yang Di. He was worried that Sunlight Emperor would have already ascended and left by the time he grew up. Sunlight Emperor had been ranked first in the world 3 times in a row. He had probably lost interest in the northern wilderness region. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped at a small town. Xiao Jinghong and the others were recruiting disciples, while Zhou Xuanji was deep in thought drinking wine. He was thinking about world reincarnation. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 28 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst Wind-Folding Sword, Gold Water-like Dagger, Gold Volcano Sword. The sword spirit's voice interrupted his thoughts. Then, lines of small words that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Sword name. Folded Wind Sword Grade, Amethyst description, made from wind stone. It can absorb wind and release it after storing it. Sword name. Water-like Dagger Grade, Gold description, a peerless dagger. When sword chi enters the body, it can turn into water and corrode the enemy's blood. Sword name. Volcano Sword Grade, Gold description, transformed from a volcano. It contains the power of the volcano. It can absorb the volcano to strengthen the legendary sword. 3 legendary swords. All of them had different abilities. 2 of them could even be upgraded. But he was not surprised. He was no longer at foundation building or enlightening. The gold legendary sword would not increase his power. The amethyst legendary sword could be strengthened a little, but it was not as powerful as glorious gold, let alone the heavenly soul legendary sword that could kill enemies of a higher cultivation stage. The higher the cultivation stage, the greater the difference. The difference in the spirit refinement stage was equivalent to the difference in the previous stage. What was worth mentioning was that the thunderclap sword had been upgraded successfully. From gold to amethyst, it had reached glorious gold. The heavenly lightning of the Ascension Tribulation was extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 legendary swords and prepared to familiarize himself with them. At this moment, Zhao Tsongjian ran into the pavilion suddenly and half-knelt before Zhou Xuanji. "Master, bad news," he said with a deep voice and looked terrible. "What's wrong?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he touched the swords. Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng and Beixiao Wangjian, who were testing their disciples, looked back curiously. Huangquan Drake King barged into Great Zhou's royal palace and challenged you to a duel. If you don't go to the duel within a year, he will burn the entire Great Zhou and bury the empire. Zhao Tsongjian said with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with rage. Huangquan Drake King again. Haunting me. Zhou Xuanji stored the 3 legendary swords into the supreme storage and asked, "Did the human sanctum not send reinforcements to Great Zhou?" Huangquan Drake King wanted to use Great Zhou to threaten him. After all, he said that he would support Great Zhou. If he did not go, he would go back on his words and bear the grudge of countless lives in the empire. This kind of method was cliched and inferior. No wonder he was only ranked 5th in the world. Red River Valley lost. They could only retreat. Zhao Tsongjian replied. It was not that the sanctum was heartless, but that they were not powerful enough. Zhou Xuanji began to think. This place was very far from Great Zhou. If he brought everyone with him, it would be difficult for him to reach Great Zhou within a year. Even if he reached, it would be difficult for him to protect the 2nd-generation disciples. If he went alone, Huangquan Drake King and Jihuang Demon Lord might ambush him in Great Zhou. However, he had to go. As a man in this world, he must keep his word. Don't go. Huangquan Drake King is ranked 5th in the world and has surpassed the Great Realization stage. He has many powerful cultivators under him. You will die if you go. Xian Xianghua appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and said fiercely, "Come, wonderful book house." Chapter 255. If we don't go, the Great Zhou dynasty will perish. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xian Xianghua and said solemnly. Xian Xianghua frowned and said, "If Great Zhou dies, then so be it. What does it have to do with you? Why do you need to pretend to be benevolent?" The courtyard was silent. Everyone looked at them nervously, not even daring to breathe. Zhou Xuanji stood up, and their gazes met. Neither of them softened their attitude. This isn't fake benevolence and righteousness, it's a promise. If you go back on your word, if you don't have principles, then you walk the world for the sole purpose of living. You're like a rat crossing the street, a maggot that rots bones. Is there really any meaning to living? He asked softly with a firm tone, unmoved by Xian Xianghua. But you will die. If you die, what's the point of making a promise? Xian Xianghua said angrily. Why was this kid so stubborn? Zhou Xuanji asked back. How do you know that I will definitely die? I've lived in the northern wilderness region for 28 years. If I always do things that I have no confidence in, would I still be alive today? Now that he had broken through to the spirit refinement realm, and held 2 heavenly soul divine swords in his hands, he was already very strong. Moreover, he still had time to become stronger. He was a man who valued his promises. If the great Zhou was destroyed because of him, there might be inner demons in his cultivation in the future. Once a person broke his principles, there was no such thing as once or twice. There were only 0 times and countless times. Xian Xianghua was moved by the look in his eyes. She sighed and could only give up on persuading him. The others in the courtyard were all convinced by Zhou Xuanji. This was the sword god Zhou they knew. Fearless. He never avoided the provocation of powerful enemies. I believe in Master. Xiao Jinghong spoke with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. He was already looking forward to seeing Zhou Xuanji defeat Huangquan Drake King. The others spoke as well, cheering for Zhou Xuanji. Xian Xianghua was annoyed. She stomped her feet and snorted coldly, but she didn't say anything else. However, Zhou Xuanji's words moved her. This brat's words and actions have the demeanor of the world's #1 expert. Xian Xianghua thought to herself as she continued to stare at Zhou Xuanji. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone together and told them about Huangquan Drake King. He planned to go to Great Zhou alone. Everyone was waiting for him here. With Ning Zifeng around, it was difficult for anyone to threaten them. No one objected. Although Jiang Shui was worried, she knew that she could not change Zhou Xuanji's mind, so she could only give him some advice. After I leave, try not to go out as much as possible. Even if you do go out, don't reveal your name. The enemy's intelligence network is stronger than we thought. After saying this, he left on his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction in which he had left, Xian Xianghua flicked her sleeves and snorted. She then turned around and returned to her room to heal her injuries. Huang Lianxin held Jiang Shui's arm and smiled. Don't worry. You must believe in Master. In just 1 year, the news of Huangquan Drake King being defeated by Master will spread like wildfire in the northern wilderness region. Looking back, how many battles that everyone thought Zhou Xuanji would lose he won? So what if Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world? Jiang Shui sighed and said, Of course I believe him. I'm just afraid that he will suffer. Great Zhou, the once bustling imperial city had been reduced to ruins, and smoke filled the air. People could be vaguely seen in the collapsed houses. They were hiding inside, and did not dare to come out. They were like vengeful spirits in fear and despair. A gigantic dragon coiled in the ruined palace. Its body was covered in yellow scales, and its body was dozens of meters wide. Its claws were even bigger than the palace. Its head extended into the clouds, and its whiskers swayed in the wind like 2 ribbons that connected the heavens and the earth. Anyone would tremble in front of this giant dragon. It was like the most gigantic creature in the world. It was Huangquan Drake King. The Huangquan twin devils stood at the top of a palace below. Looking at the billowing clouds, they were amazed. The Drake King internalizing chi is really spectacular. It feels like the ocean is absorbing all rivers. That's true. I feel that the Drake King has become more powerful. He might be able to get a higher rank in the next World Millennium Duel. Of course, Xian Xianghua is already crippled, and Jiang Wudi can't do much. Do you think Zhou Xuanji will dare to come? He's so prideful. Will he not come? The 2 devils conversed among themselves. They gritted their teeth at the mention of Zhou Xuanji. They had lost many times because of Zhou Xuanji. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was already their #1 enemy. Even if they killed Zhou Xuanji, their hatred would not be appeased. At this moment, a group of demonic cultivators came from the side. They were escorting Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changshi, and the other authoritative figures of Great Zhou. In the Huangquan path, demonic cultivators and demons were mixed together. So, Huangquan Drake King had always been a neutral force. But this time, he chose to support Jihuang Demon Lord. Zhou Qingxin's face was filled with despair. His emperor's robe was tattered, and his hair was messy. He looked like a beggar. He was escorted to Huangquan Drake King and forced to kneel. At this moment, he did not have the demeanor of an emperor. Emperor of Great Zhou, I have already sent my order to challenge Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji doesn't come, you will see the entire Great Zhou die. I will let you die last. Huangquan Drake King's voice came. His voice was loud and shook the clouds. Having heard this, Zhou Qingxin's face turned pale. He had personally witnessed how powerful Huangquan Drake King was. He was like a god who had descended into the mortal world. He was invincible. Although Zhou Xuanji's talent was astounding, he was still too weak compared to Huangquan Drake King. At least, the two of them were not on the same level. If you have a way to lure Zhou Xuanji to fight, Great Zhou will be able to survive, and I will leave. Huangquan Drake King's voice came again. His majestic dragon body was like a divine mountain, standing tall and domineering. Zhou Qingxin looked up at him and fell into a dilemma. How could he contact Zhou Xuanji? If he could, he would have asked Zhou Xuanji for help. A demon with a wolf's head and human body appeared beside Zhou Qingxin suddenly. He cupped his fist and said, Drake King, Yang Di is making a move. He has come out from his seclusion and said that he is going to roam the world for 100 years. Yang Di. Huangquan Drake King's massive body trembled slightly. Top cultivator in the world. This title was enough to suffocate him. He did not speak but fell into silence, as though he was thinking about something. At the same time, news of Huangquan Drake King threatening Great Zhou and challenging Zhou Xuanji had already spread. The humans were cursing Huangquan Drake King for being shameless. How could Zhou Xuanji defeat him? The demons mocked Zhou Xuanji for not daring to come and trampled on the humans' morale. Instantly, the world's attention was on Zhou Xuanji again. Under the blue sky, waves continuously crashed against the beach and reefs along the shore. Jiang Wudi stood on a reef and tightly frowned. A white-clothed man half knelt behind him. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was extraordinary. Huangquan Drake King is so shameless. After hearing the white-clothed man's report, Jiang Wudi said disdainfully. He started to think about whether or not he should help Zhou Xuanji. That boy's talent was simply too terrifying. He wanted to use his talent to help the Jiang clan rise. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 256. Clan Lord. Other than Huangquan Drake King's challenge to Zhou Xuanji, there's something else. The white-robed man spoke and interrupted Jiang Wudi's thoughts. What is it? Jiang Wudi asked. He was still wondering if he should help Zhou Xuanji. If he did not help, Zhou Xuanji would surely die if he entered Great Zhou alone. Yang Di has appeared. The white-robed man replied. With this, Jiang Wudi's expression changed drastically, and he turned around immediately. Is this true? He asked with a deep voice. Yang Di, that was a truly invincible existence in the world. Jihuang Demon Lord, Huangquan Drake King, and him could not defeat Yang Di. All the major factions know about this, and they are stirring in the dark. In less than 3 years, Yang Di will walk in the world, and might intervene in the war between the two races. The white-robed man replied again. His eyes sparkled, and he was evidently shocked by the name of Yang Di. Who would not respect the top cultivator in the world? Jiang Wudi waved his hand and signaled the white-robed man to leave. The white-robed man disappeared immediately. Jiang Wudi looked at the horizon and continued to think. A long while later, suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Something was charging toward him from the horizon, creating 2 waves that were dozens of meters tall. The sun was scorching. In the wilderness, demon corpses were everywhere. Many cultivators were scattered all over the place, and all of them were injured to varying degrees. All of them were looking in one direction. A gigantic tiger demon was lying on the top of the hill. It had already transformed into a human form and was covered in blood. A silhouette was standing on his chest. It was Zhou Xuanji. Sensing that his demonic energy was drained, the tiger demon's eyes were bloodshot. Zhou Xuanji, the sovereign will kill you sooner or later, and he will let you die in excruciating pain, he said with gritted teeth. With his demonic energy sucked away, he knew that he would surely die. As a 9th-ranked demon monarch, he died in such a pathetic manner. He was filled with hatred. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said coldly, "Don't worry. Jihuang Demon Lord will soon follow in your footsteps. You will not be lonely in the Yellow Springs." After that, the ancient god sword appeared before him. The sword pierced through the tiger demon's throat and killed his soul. He took the tiger demon's storage ring and looked at the cultivators at the foot of the mountain. "Go back." He turned into a stream of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. The cultivators were in an uproar. "It's really Zhou Xuanji? Amazing. He killed General Hu Wang in an instant. That's a 9th-order great demon, which is equivalent to a Mahayana realm being. Yet it can't last more than 10 moves against him. This favor is greater than the heavens. We must remember it. From now on, whoever dares to slander Zhou Xuanji as an evil demon will be going against me." The cultivators were so excited that they cried tears of joy. Their cries and cheers echoed throughout the mountains. The other side, Zhou Xuanji found a deserted forest and began to break through. He had previously absorbed the demonic powers of the Patian demon monarch and the lion's roar demon monarch. Coupled with the rank 9 great demon monarch and his usual cultivation, he had already ushered in the opportunity to break through. There was no need to undergo tribulation in the spirit refinement realm. In less than half a day, he successfully broke through. He had reached the 2nd level of the spirit refinement realm. After the breakthrough, he continued on his journey. He planned to look for powerful demons along the way and absorb their demonic energy to increase his cultivation. At the same time, he would eliminate enemies for the human race. Now there were battles everywhere in the central region of the northern wilderness region, and there were high-level great demons in every battlefield. Other than great demons, he would also take action against cultivators who committed crimes. That was all. Half a year passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji killed 12 8th-ranked demons and 3 9th-ranked demons, as well as countless demons and evil cultivators. His cultivation had reached spirit refinement level 3. The entire northern wilderness region was talking about him. Which great demon did Zhou Xuanji kill today? I feel that Zhou Xian has the chance to overturn the war between the two races by himself. What kind of method is this? Defeating them one by one? What kind of hero is that? Zhou Xuanji does not dare to deal with Huangquan Drake King, so he can only launch sneak attacks against the demons. Who dares to slander the hero of the human race? Songhai Ziggurat has republished the Northern Wilderness Top 100, and Zhou Xuanji is ranked 42nd. Both the human and demon races were discussing Zhou Xuanji. The human race was looking forward to it, while the demon race was terrified. Even though Jihuang Demon Lord ordered them to retreat immediately if they encountered Zhou Xuanji, very few demons could escape from him. As for reinforcements, it was even more difficult because the battlefield was too scattered. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji successfully rose to the 42nd place in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. He was only 28 years old, a 28-year-old spirit refinement cultivator. He was invincible in the Mahayana realm. He was like the bright moon on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, while the other geniuses were like tiny stars. In the current world, Zhou Xuanji was definitely an influential figure. In terms of fame, he could compete with Jihuang Demon Lord, Huangquan Drake King, and Xian Xianghua. But the good times did not last long, because the world's top cultivator was born. All sorts of rumors spread across the Northern Wilderness region, overshadowing Zhou Xuanji's brilliance. Zhou Xuanji did not know about this. Even if he knew, he would not mind. With Yang Di around, it was easier for him to do things. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji became more powerful by killing his enemies. He was getting closer and closer to Great Zhou. In order not to be discovered by the demons, he was heading toward Great Zhou. He kept changing his route, and his whereabouts were mysterious and elusive. In the dark dungeon, Jihuang Demon Lord stood in front of the dungeon door and stared at Xuanhe Divine Monk with a fierce gaze. "You still haven't divined it?" he asked with a deep voice. His murderous aura was like an arrow, which made Xuanhe Divine Monk tremble in fear. After knowing that Yang Di was born, Jihuang Demon Lord panicked. Now that Zhou Xuanji was killing his subordinates and Yang Di was threatening him, how could he not panic? "I can't. Yang Di is too powerful, even more powerful than during the World Millennium Duel. He already has the power to ascend," Xuanhe Divine Monk said with gritted teeth. Chief Monk Xuanhe gritted his teeth and said, "Jihuang Demon Lord asked him to predict many things, but the most important one was to predict Sunlight Emperor's weakness. Jihuang Demon Lord asked him to divine many things, and the most important one was to divine Yang Di's weakness. Can he stand up to Yang Di? In the legends, the 10,000-year prince was almost omnipotent. Once he was born, he would be invincible and become a great emperor. Although Zhou Xuanji was heaven-defying, he still needed a long time to grow. I really don't know where the 10,000-year prince is. I only know that he is born among all living beings in the northern wilderness region." But, Xuanhe Divine Monk sighed. He felt that Jihuang Demon Lord was already bedeviled. Yang Di was the demon in his heart. But what? Jihuang Demon Lord grabbed the dungeon door and roared furiously, causing the underground space to tremble violently. Xuanhe Divine Monk took a deep breath and said, "Yang Di will unify the northern wilderness region. This is fate and the trend of the times. He will become another great emperor after the Hegemon Sword Emperor. He will be immortal and ascend to the upper realm. His will be everlasting." Jihuang Demon Lord heard him and frowned deeply. He did not act up but fell into silence. The dungeon fell into silence. A long while later, he said with gritted teeth, "I don't believe in fate. Yang Di will be defeated by me sooner or later. The one who unifies the northern wilderness region can only be me." The second in the world was not an honor for him, but a humiliation instead. Because he was older than Yang Di. When he fought with Xian Xianghua, Yang Di was not born yet. How could he accept being surpassed by a junior? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 257. Looking at the deranged Jihuang Demon Lord, Chief Monk Xuanhe did not say anything. However, his heart was filled with disdain. Since ancient times, there have been many almighty beings who didn't believe in fate, but in the end, they still bowed to fate. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that Jihuang Demon Lord could win against Yang Di. Jihuang Demon Lord suddenly looked up at him, causing him to tremble in fear. "If I cultivate the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique, can I catch up with Yang Di?" Faced with his interrogation, Chief Monk Xuanhe was stunned. Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. That was the peerless divine technique that the Tanhua sect had used for tens of thousands of years. In the current world, only Xian Xianghua knew it. No wonder he didn't kill Xian Xianghua. It was because of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. If the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique is really as powerful as the legends say, coupled with your natal divine ability, it might really be possible. Xuanhe Divine Monk murmured. Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes lit up, and he disappeared on the spot. He couldn't wait to catch Xian Xianghua. Xuanhe Divine Monk shook his head and murmured, "Even if you get the Celestial Devil Rebirth art, it will take you some time to master it. Yang Di will not wait for you at the same place." Following this, he closed his eyes and started to divine Zhou Xuanji. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had turned into an evil cultivator, he loved to divine Zhou Xuanji. Even though he could not divine Zhou Xuanji, he did not give up. Xiao! Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. He was pondering world reincarnation. Now that he frequently used world internalization, his comprehension of world reincarnation was becoming more and more thorough, but it was still too difficult to completely learn it. World reincarnation had the meaning of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Once he learned it, his combat power would soar. Unless the enemy's cultivation far surpassed his, he would be invincible. Every time he thought of this, he would be very excited. As he pondered, he flew, leaping over mountains and lakes, advancing rapidly towards Great Zhou. Along the way, the corpses of humans and demons could often be seen. This great war had already been going on for several years. Even if it ended, the numbers of the two races would be greatly reduced. There would be no true victor. According to Zhou Xuanji's estimation, there was still half a month until Great Zhou arrived. The Juemo wasteland was just ahead. The first time he came to Juemo wasteland was to assassinate the Empress of Great Zhou. After that, he was hunted down by Lin Guanyu. Looking back at the past, it seemed like a distant memory. Not long after, he flew into Juemo wasteland. There was a war in Juemo wasteland. Great Zhou, Great Chen and Great Shang were all near Juemo wasteland. Now that Great Zhou was occupied by Yellow Spring's Drake King, the cultivators of the world naturally wanted to save Great Zhou. During the chaos of war, it was not only for the survival of the race, but also for one's own fame and fortune. It was never empty talk that a hero was born out of time. In the middle of the battlefield, there were two tyrannical figures fighting wildly. One of them was Tatianshan. The other one was a ninth-stage great demon. He had blood-red hair and black armor. Two sharp horns protruded from his hair, and his body was as sturdy as a small mountain. He held two large axes in his hands, and the black armor on his body was terrifying. It was like the face of an evil demon, and the blood-red cape behind him fluttered in the wind. He was even more powerful than the ninth-ranked great demons that Zhou Xuanji had encountered before. It was very likely that he had already reached the peak of the 9th level. Against him, Tatianshan didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. Among the human cultivators who were fighting with the demon army, not all of them were evil cultivators from Xinhao sect. There were cultivators from the righteous sects, and they must have formed a temporary alliance. Huang Ming and Xiahou Gongji were among them. Xiahou Gongji was Ta Qishua's accompanying elder. Back then, Ta Qishua was like Huangquan Drake King. He threatened Zhou Xuanji's life and died in a one-on-one duel with Zhou Xuanji. Xiahou Gongji was punished for this and suffered immeasurable pain. He only saw the light of day again when the war between the two races began. Huang Ming was Huang Lianxin's bloodline elder and the top genius of Xinhao sect. Ever since Zhou Xuanji's rise, he rarely came out and had been cultivating in isolation. Tatianshan, is that all you have? You still want to challenge the Drake King? What a joke! No wonder your Xinhao sect can't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. The blood-haired great demon laughed wildly. His axes were like the wind, and were powerful enough to cut through mountains and lakes. Tatianshan's face was unsightly. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was already torn and bleeding, but he was still holding on. If he lost, everyone under him would die. More importantly, his reputation would be tarnished. Huangquan Blood Devil, you are only a dog under Huangquan Drake King. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Tatianshan cursed furiously. Even if he lost, he could not lose. He could not lose in a verbal battle either. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji landed on a mountain and looked at the battle far away. What a coincidence! He squinted his eyes, and a murderous aura emanated from them. Xinhao sect hunted him down, and he remembered this grudge. Today, he would settle it all together. After the thought, he flipped his right hand, and the ancient god sword appeared in his hand. The thunderclap sword appeared before him. He leaped up and stepped on the blade. Heavenly lightning wrapped around his body, and he charged into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Tatianshan and Huangquan Blood Devil jumped away instinctively and looked toward the direction where the air-piercing sound came from. Pshhhh. The ancient god sword pierced into Huangquan Blood Devil's chest, while the thunderclap sword pierced through Tatianshan's chest. Heavenly lightning wreaked havoc and wrapped around his body. The two peerless cultivators opened their eyes wide. Zhou Xuanji's silhouette appeared in their vision. It's you! Tatianshan roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Huangquan Blood Devil recognized Zhou Xuanji too. After all, Huangquan Drake King had sent his portrait to all his subordinates. Zhou Xuanji smiled and activated the world internalization technique. With the ancient god sword in his right hand, he absorbed Huangquan Blood Devil's demonic energy at an insane rate. What's happening? Huangquan Blood Devil was greatly shocked. He wanted to dodge instinctively, but he realized that he could not escape from the ancient god sword. It was as though two invisible hands were grabbing him, and he could not move at all. At this moment, numerous legendary swords appeared out of nowhere. Bayou King Sword, White Dragonbone Sword, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Icebound Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Greedy Ghost Sword, Incinerating Fire Sword, Great Compassion Sword, Abyss Demon Sword, Wind Cloud Sword, Light Shadow Sword, Buddha Slaying Sword, Dumb Sword, Deep Nightmare Sword, Right Wrong Justice Sword, Sunset Sword, Heaven Elegance Starlight Sword. Dozens of legendary swords charged toward Ta Tianqian, and Ta Tianqian was forced to retreat without any resistance. Wah! The entire battlefield was in an uproar. The two races stopped fighting and looked at the sky in shock. With so many divine swords, they immediately thought of one person. Unparalleled way of the sword in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperors. Zhou Xuanji. A demon cried out in shock. His voice was like a bomb that shook the entire battlefield. Zhou Xuanji really came. Could it be that he was going to Great Zhou to challenge Huangquan Drake King? The netherworld blood ghost saw that the situation was not right, and wanted to eject his soul. Unfortunately, the Tianxia map started to show its power, and sucked his primordial spirit, preventing him from quickly ejecting. Sensing the boundless demonic energy entering his body, and turning into pure spirit energy, Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. It seemed like he could use the Yellow Springs blood demon to break through to Spirit Ascension Stage Level 4. Chapter 258. What evil energy technique is this? Huangquan Blood Devil cried out in shock. His hair stood on end. What he could not understand was that Zhou Xuanji was only at the spirit refinement stage. Why was his spirit energy not weaker than his? He did not know that Zhou Xuanji was already possessed by an ancient great emperor. Emperor Hanlin. The remnant soul possession gave him the power of a great emperor, together with the world Buddha art, who in the great realization stage could resist him. Soon, Huangquan Blood Devil's demonic energy was sucked dry, and Zhou Xuanji broke through to the 4th level of the spirit refinement stage. While he was breaking through, Huangquan Blood Devil escaped with his astral projection. Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the ancient god sword charged toward him with the ranged sword propelling. Boom! Huangquan Blood Devil's astral spirit exploded, and he could not be more dead. Zhou Xuanji took the opportunity to take his storage ring before destroying his body with heavenly lightning. The entire process happened so quickly that the warriors of both races were tongue-tied. They could not believe their eyes. How can he be so powerful? Huang Ming opened his eyes wide and mumbled to himself with a trembling voice. From their perspective, Zhou Xuanji was completely crushing Huangquan Blood Devil. Before him, Huangquan Blood Devil was so weak that he did not even have the chance to fight back. Ta Tianqian was shocked too. How powerful was this brat? Surrounded by dozens of legendary swords, he was already in a passive position. If Zhou Xuanji attacked him again, he would surely be defeated. He immediately turned around and fled, disregarding his dignity. Want to escape? Ta Tianqian, your Xinhao sect has hunted me down many times. It's time for you to pay the price. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. It was as though it came from the underworld and sent chills down everyone's spine. Ta Tianqian's scalp turned numb and was about to cast a spell. But the sword chi came with a howl. 10,000 ultimate steps. He felt an excruciating pain, as though his body was about to be torn apart. Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of him and slashed with his sword. Pshhhh. Ta Tianqian's head flew up, and blood splattered across the sky. Zhou Xuanji's right hand left the ancient god sword and slammed his palm on Ta Tianqian's chest, absorbing his spirit energy wildly. Ta Tianqian's head popped out quickly. He sensed that the spirit energy in his body was being absorbed quickly and panicked. You! Just as he was about to finish speaking, his head was chopped off by the thunderclap sword. Then he condensed his head again, but it was chopped off again. The cycle repeated itself 5 times. When his soul was ready to leave his body, it was sucked in by the Tianxia map. His heart fell into the abyss of despair. My life is over. He lamented in his heart that he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Soon, his body went limp, and after taking his storage ring, Zhou Xuanji used the power of heavenly lightning to destroy his body and soul. A formidable demon of his generation had fallen just like that. Zhou Xuanji calmed the surging spirit energy in his body as he looked at the storage ring, lost in thought. Once upon a time, Ta Tianxin was viewed by him as an enemy that was difficult to defeat. Now he had easily killed him. The battlefield was silent. Both humans and demons were shocked. Zhou Xuanji had only appeared for a short while, and he had already killed the most powerful cultivators of the two armies. Wasn't this too ridiculous? At this moment his voice was heard. Demons disperse or don't blame my divine sword for being merciless. Dozens of divine swords hung high up in the sky, all of them trembling, their voices resounding throughout heaven and earth, causing people's eardrums to feel a piercing pain. The demons fled in panic and quickly left. The cultivators knelt down and thanked Zhou Xuanji for his help. Xinhao sect's evil cultivators were still silent. They did not dare to clamor or to take revenge for Ta Tianxin. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He stored his swords and continued toward Great Zhou. Since the beginning, he did not even look at Huang Ming and Xiahou Gongji, because the two of them were not worthy of his attention. Damn! Huang Ming clenched his fists. He was furious and unwilling. Once he looked down on Zhou Xuanji, but now, he swore that he would catch up to Zhou Xuanji and let the world know that he was not inferior to Zhou Xuanji. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Great Zhou at high speed. His cultivation was already at spirit refinement level 4, and he was already familiar with the ancient god sword. The Tianxia map had accumulated an endless supply of spirit energy, which was enough for him to use freely for a long time. He did not believe that he could not fight Huangquan Drake King. At this moment, he suddenly felt that someone was following him. He immediately stopped and turned around. He saw a young man flying over with extreme speed on his sword. It was the exquisite sword mind of the Hegemon sword sect, Lin Chang'e. Back at Juedi Cliff, the two of them had agreed to battle within 10 years in the Hegemon sword sect. This brat has the cultivation of great realization as well. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and thought, no wonder this brat was so confident and dared to give him 10 years. Lin Chang'e came up to Zhou Xuanji quickly. He brushed away the hair on his forehead and smiled. Brother Zhou, you are really fast. I almost could not catch up to you. Seeing Zhou Xuanji again, the expression in his eyes changed. He was no longer as arrogant, but there was a tinge of passion in his eyes. Why are you following me? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a good impression of Lin Chang'e. At least this person was straightforward and generous. Lin Chang'e smiled. Isn't there a rumor that Huangquan Drake King is going to challenge you? I'm here to help you. I'm now ranked 77th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. I'm qualified to help you, right? 77th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100? Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised. He heard from Daoya Old Man that Lin Chang'e had not entered the Northern Wilderness Top 100 yet. This time he was ranked 77th? It seemed that the legendary exquisite sword mind was not simple indeed. He shook his head with a smile and said, no need. I don't want you to get into trouble. Lin Chang'e's kindness was most likely because he saw him as a competitor and did not want him to die. I've been wandering around Great Zhou for a long time and finally met you. I can't wait for nothing. After we defeat Huangquan Drake King and rest up, we will fight. What do you think? Lin Chang'e asked with a burning gaze. Among the sword cultivators in the world, only Zhou Xuanji was qualified to fight him. As for his father, he could only respect him. Zhou Xuanji frowned and was a little hesitant. How about this? When the time comes, you can observe the battle and help me hold back the other powerful cultivators. I'll deal with Huangquan Drake King alone, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, Lin Chang'e nodded and smiled. The two of them continued to fly toward Great Zhou. They chatted as they flew. I heard that you are preparing to establish your own sect. Lin Chang'e asked out of curiosity. News of Zhou Xuanji recruiting disciples had already spread. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, why? You want to join? My sword sect will surpass your Hegemon sword sect. This opportunity will not come again. This guy's talent was not inferior to Ning Zifeng's. It was not a bad idea to be his sword slave. With 3 great realization cultivators in his sect could be ranked among the top human factions. However, it was still far from becoming a sanctum. To become a sanctum, one needed a solid foundation. What can you teach me? Lin Chang'e said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. To subdue him, defeating him alone was not enough. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he said, "Watch carefully. Don't blink." Lin Chang'e was stunned. What was he going to do? Zhou Xuanji sped up suddenly. Countless sword chi burst out from his body and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that soared into the sky. The massive body, that was hundreds of meters long, stirred up the sea of clouds. The dragon scales on his body glowed with a golden radiance like the sun, which made Lin Chang'e's jaw drop. Calm. Wonderful book house. Calm. Chapter 259. The 5-clawed golden dragon soared above the sea of clouds, majestic and mighty. Lin Chang'e flew on his sword and followed closely behind. He looked at the ancestral dragon and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, "Are you so shocked that you don't know what to say?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "No matter what kind of exquisite sword heart you are, or what kind of supernatural prodigy you are, you will be stunned in front of the ancestral dragon sword." Lin Chang'e swallowed and nodded slowly. "You are actually a long worm." Puff. Zhou Xuanji almost vomited blood. "This is the ancestral dragon. This is my sword technique. It's called the ancestral dragon sword. It can transform into the ancestral dragon." This kid actually dared to insult the ancestral dragon. If he were to encounter the dragon clan in the future, he would definitely expose this matter and make sure that this brat would never have a place to hide. Ancestral dragon sword. Lin Chang'e frowned and muttered to himself. He was shocked. Was there such a sword technique? With a shake of his body, Zhou Xuanji transformed back into his original body. He glanced back at Lin Chang'e and asked, "Do you want to learn?" Lin Chang'e took a deep breath and said, "I want to learn. Be my disciple or sword slave, and I'll teach you. This is our sword sect's guarding sword technique." Zhou Xuanji continued, "The ancestral dragon sword was definitely a heaven-grade sword technique, and there were very few sword techniques that could compare to it. At least, he had never seen one before." Lin Chang'e fell silent. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry. After his battle with Huangquan Drake King, he believed that this boy would be moved. He had mastered so many sword techniques that not many people in the world could compare to him. As for the title of Sword Dao Grandmaster, he felt that he was worthy of it. The two of them continued forward. After seeing the ancestral dragon sword, Lin Chang'e no longer liked to smile. The aura of that 5-clawed golden dragon was so powerful that it made him tremble with fear. If he were to learn such a sword technique, would he not be able to challenge beings above the Mahayana realm? At the thought of this, his heart began to beat faster. But how could he abandon the hegemon sword sect? Great Zhou Royal Palace. Huangquan Drake King was still coiled up. His dragon head was submerged in the sea of clouds, inhaling and exhaling mist, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A heretic cultivator appeared in the ruins and knelt before the Dragon King. "Dragon King, Zhou Xuanji has already come to Juema Wasteland and killed Huangquan Blood Devil and Ta Tianchen. He should be coming for the battle, but he might want to launch a sneak attack." When he said that, Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changshi, and the others who were imprisoned in the ruins nearby were all stunned. Zhou Xuanji was coming? He really won't give up on us. Ever since the Yellow Springs Drake King conquered the Great Zhou dynasty, the princes and princesses had all been reduced to prisoners. If not for the fact that they had already abstained from eating, they would probably be in an even more sorry state. Princess Lingling, who was beside him, was also stunned. In Great Zhou, she was given a ghost marriage to Zhou Xuanji. Although the two of them had never met, everyone thought that she was Zhou Xuanji's wife. Even Zhou Qingxin treated her well. Normally, she would look forward to Zhou Xuanji coming, but her rationality told her that it was impossible. Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he could not reach such heights. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really come. The great general of the state Shitan Changshi, was also very excited. His body trembled as he murmured, "Your Majesty, you are right." Recalling Emperor Yan of Zhou's words, his eyes were filled with hope. The current emperor of Great Zhou, Zhou Qingxin, was also very excited. He could no longer care about his dignity as the emperor. He clenched his fists and tears flickered in his eyes. If Great Zhou really perished in his hands, he would be too ashamed to face his ancestors. The other civil and military officials nearby were also very excited. Really? Then let's wait for him to come. No matter what schemes he has in front of absolute power, he will die. And he will die a horrible death. Huangquan Drake King's loud laughter resounded across the heavens and earth, causing the sea of clouds to roll. It was as though a nightmare had enveloped the royal city. Having heard this, Zhou Qingxin, Princess Xuanya, and the others' excitement was extinguished like a flame being doused with cold water. If even Zhou Xuanji died, they would really be doomed. With Huangquan Drake King's ruthlessness, he would not give Great Zhou a chance to live. Summon all the Huangquan 100 devils. I want them to see how the top genius in the world begs for mercy from me. Huangquan Drake King spoke again, and Great Zhou was in an uproar. Huangquan 100 devils. The core power of the Huangquan path was at least 8th rank or spirit refinement. The Huangquan Blood Devil was one of the Huangquan 100 devils. Yes. The evil cultivator received the order and left quickly. Huangquan Drake King did not speak anymore, and continued to absorb the world's spiritual qi. Zhou Qingxin's face was pale. Even the Huangquan 100 devils were summoned. Huangquan Drake King was evidently determined to kill Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly felt that his world was collapsing. At the border of Great Zhou, Zhou Xuanji looked at the broken city walls and frowned slightly. Great Zhou's situation was worse than he had imagined. Other than the Hunyuan Empire, all the other empires' border passes have been conquered. Lin Changge sighed. The human race was on the brink of death, and he was anxious too. However, he was not powerful enough to turn the situation around. However, he did not panic, because he had already received the news. The top cultivator in the world had appeared. Yang Di was a human after all. How could he just stand by and watch? Let's continue. Zhou Xuanji said this, and flew toward Great Zhou's royal city. Lin Changge was a little stunned. He quickly caught up and asked, "Aren't we going to lay out a plan? It's too disadvantageous for us to barge in forcefully. Why don't we discuss it?" Although he was the top prodigy of the hegemon sword sect, he was not arrogant. He would always think of a perfect plan before doing anything. No matter how perfect the plan is, we still have to face the entire Huangquan path. Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. He had thought about it before, but he could not find any reinforcements. Instead of worrying himself, it was better to charge in directly. With the Tianxia map and many legendary swords, he dared to charge into Huangquan alone and face the enemies. Lin Changge sighed. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he flatter himself to help this guy? But thinking about it, if this battle was a success, wouldn't he become famous across the world? Just thinking about it made him excited. And so, the two flew toward Great Zhou's royal city without hesitation. The news of the battle at Jiume Wasteland had spread too. Both Ta Tianqian and Huangquan Blood Devil were powerful cultivators who shook the world. But they were both killed by Zhou Xuanji, without being able to retaliate. Ta Tianqian is the sect lord of Xinhao sect. I heard that sword god Zhou was not injured at all, and killed the two enemies easily. He's too powerful. Is he really only ranked 42nd? So what if he's powerful? Huangquan Drake King is ranked 5th in the world. Great Zhou is like a piece of paper before him. If Zhou Xuanji continues to grow, will he become the top cultivator in the world in the future? After this news spread, the world was shocked. How powerful was Zhou Xuanji? Also, he appeared in Jiume Wasteland to accept Huangquan Drake King's challenge? Instantly, the attention of humans and demons shifted from Yang Di to Zhou Xuanji and Huangquan Drake King. Soon, a shocking piece of news would spread throughout the northern wilderness region. Come, wonderful bookhouse. Chapter 260. Night fell. Jiang Shui was internalizing qi in the courtyard, and beside her sat Huang Lianxin, Xian Xianghua, and the other second-generation female disciples. The atmosphere was a little quiet. The roars of wild beasts and the chirping of birds could be heard from the forest around the town. Jiang Shui slowly opened her eyes and frowned. Don't worry. Master will definitely return triumphantly. Huang Lianqin opened her eyes and comforted. They already knew that Zhou Xuanji had killed Ta Tianxin and Huangquan Blood Devil in Jiuma Wasteland. This meant that the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Huangquan Drake King was nearing. Jiang Shui nodded and faintly sighed. But there's always a rock in my heart. Without us, if he's exhausted, who will take him away? In the past battles, whenever Zhou Xuanji won, he would be completely exhausted and would even faint. Fortunately, with their protection, he was able to escape. Now Zhou Xuanji was alone. If he fell unconscious again, would he be eaten by demons? Every time she thought of this, she felt uneasy. Cultivate well. The reason why he didn't bring you guys is because you can't keep up with him. Xian Xianghua's cold voice rang out, causing Jiang Shui and Huang Lianqin's expressions to change. She walked to the front of Jiang Shui, bent down and asked softly, My celestial devil rebirth technique is a rare peerless cultivation technique. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Jiang Shui was stunned and subconsciously became vigilant. She had heard of the celestial devil rebirth technique, which was one of the most powerful techniques in the world. The ancient Diablo and Xian Xianghua both relied on it to ascend to the top of the world. What do you want? Jiang Shui asked cautiously. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. There was definitely a trap. Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into crescents as she spoke softly. Jiang Shui's eyes widened, and her cheeks puffed up in anger. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Changge were resting and internalizing qi under a tree. There was a bonfire in front of them, illuminating the grass and trees within a radius of 10 meters. The two of them remained silent. Tomorrow, they would head to the Great Zhou Imperial City to fight the Yellow Springs Drake King to the death. Everyone had a lot on their minds. Lin Changge slowly opened his eyes and asked, Are you sure you can win? No. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, which made Lin Changge frown. Then why are you still so rash? Because I don't want to lose, and I will not lose. What kind of logic is that? If you understood, you would be the 42nd strongest in the world. Lin Changge was speechless. He closed his eyes again and didn't bother to continue the conversation. It was a silent night. When the first ray of sunlight streaked across the land, the two of them opened their eyes, got up, and continued forward. They walked out of the forest and frowned. They saw a figure standing on the hillside in front of them, looking at them quietly. It was an old man with a golden compass in his hand. He wore an old Taoist robe. Feng Gyul, the mastermind who created the Tianxia map. Of course, Zhou Xuanji did not know about this. Feng Gyul looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. There was unwillingness, anger, hatred, anticipation, and other emotions in his eyes. May I know who you are? Lin Changge asked coldly. The other party had been deliberately waiting for them, and they had not discovered it yet. It was obvious that they were not kind people. Feng Gyul slowly spoke. My name is Feng Gyul, and I'm just a mortal among the countless mortals in this world. However, I've had a fortuitous encounter that allows me to pry into fate. Yet another existence that knew how to read one's fate. First it was Daoya Old Man, then Dao Seeker, and now this Feng Gyul. Each of them was more pretentious than the other. Then why are you blocking the way? Lin Changge asked him politely. He did not like Feng Gyul's way of doing things. Feng Gyul looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, If you go with your current strength, you will definitely die. Don't go any further. Turn back. Back then, Huangquan Drake King also faced such a choice. He was afraid and his reputation was swept to the ground. But later on, he became stronger and wiped away his shame. He wants you to experience the shame he experienced back then. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This fellow was trying to persuade him? However, from his words, it seemed that he was not on the same side as Huangquan Drake King. How can I give up on an empire's life so easily? Lin Changge asked in a low voice. He even suspected that this fellow was Huangquan Drake King's subordinate. He had intentionally come to deal a blow to them and make them feel fear, raising Huangquan Drake King's reputation in the northern wilderness. Whether you live or die depends on a single thought from you. You have a great treasure. And if you die because of this and the treasure falls into Huangquan Drake King's hands, that will be a great sin, Feng Qi said. He directly ignored Lin Chang'e and continued to look at Zhou Xuanji. Great treasure. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How did this old man know that the Tianxia map was in his hands? He immediately thought of those maps. Could it be that Feng Qi had given him those maps? Even Daoya old man could not divine the Tianxia map, and apart from his trusted subordinates, no one else knew that the Tianxia map was in his hands. As such, he could not help but think in that direction. No one can stop me from going to Great Zhou, Zhou Xuanji said. His tone was resolute, and did not allow anyone to refute him. After saying this, he leapt up and passed by Feng Qi. Lin Chang'e followed closely behind him, but when he passed by Feng Qi, he looked back. This fellow was unfathomable. Just where did he come from? Why had he never heard of Feng Qi before? The two of them quickly disappeared over the horizon. Feng Qi turned and looked over, not saying anything for a long time. You dare to fight with your life? Zhou Xuanji, I want to see if you can break through this tribulation, he muttered to himself. He was not angry, and instead felt a bit expectant. Great Zhou's royal city. Hundreds of thousands of captives knelt together, including Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changshi, and the others. They were all under a spell and powerlessly sat there. The captives were all in a state of fear, and a look of despair appeared in their eyes. Because Zhou Xuanji had no chance of winning at all. There were many Yellow Springs path cultivators and fiendish demons standing guard at the sides and above them, waiting in formation. The Huangquan twin devils and dozens of figures stood in front of Huangquan Drake King. Huangquan 100 devils. Because of the war between the two races, there were only 89 Huangquan 100 devils left, but they were still an extremely terrifying force. They all had different expressions, some mocking, some condescending, some confused, and some filled with anger. They were all waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come. If Zhou Xuanji dares to come, I will tear him to pieces and take revenge for Big Brother Blood Devil. It's difficult. I'm afraid he won't dare to come. Maybe he's hiding somewhere, trembling in fear. Seeing our formation, he dares to come out? What a joke. How can Zhou Xuanji compare to the Drake King? The Huangquan 100 devils discussed among themselves. They were all filled with disdain towards Zhou Xuanji. Of course, if they were to fight Zhou Xuanji alone, their attitude might be different. At this moment, two sounds of the air being torn could be heard. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e flew over on their swords. Everyone turned their heads to look. Huangquan old worm, didn't you want to challenge me? Today, I will use your life to let the world know who I am. I am the Sword Emperor of the present age. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, filled with killing intent. He was laughing. His laughter was incredibly arrogant, causing all of the evil cultivators and demons of the Huangquan path to be furious. Chapter 261. Zhou Xuanji stood on the thunderclap sword and quickly came to the sky above the royal city, looking at the ruins of the imperial city and the hundreds of thousands of trembling people. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He stopped and looked at Huangquan Drake King's huge body. Old worm, do you dare to fight me in the sky? He was afraid of hurting the innocent. The Huangquan twin devils and Huangquan 100 ghosts were enraged. Did this kid really think he could deal with the Yellow Springs path alone? Courting death. There's no need for the Dragon King to do anything. We can kill you on our own. Exactly. Cripple him. We can't let him die so easily. We have to make him beg for death. How arrogant. You dare to fight with the Dragon King? The Huangquan 100 devils all insulted Zhou Xuanji. All sorts of nasty words came out of their mouths, but they were not in a hurry to act. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless and said coldly, "A bunch of ants. I can kill you all without a sword." Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by everyone. The Huangquan 100 devils became even more furious and took out their magic tools. They looked at Huangquan Drake King and asked to fight, wanting to gang up on Zhou Xuanji. You can only watch the battle between this king and him. Huangquan Drake King's voice rang out, and the ground shook violently. Rumble. The sea of clouds churned, and the two dragon whiskers stirred up the wind and waves. The huge dragon king began to leave the ground. The azure dragon was hundreds of feet in diameter, and its body was at least 10,000 feet long. It was like a majestic mountain range, or a great river, majestic and domineering. A terrifying dragon head squeezed out from the sea of clouds. The dragon's eyes were cold, and the dragon's horn reflected a cold light. Zhou Xuanji, you are extremely talented, but it's a pity that you still have to die. I have seen many geniuses, but no one remembers the dead geniuses. Huangquan Drake King looked at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly. Lin Chang'e broke out in a cold sweat. Facing the Netherworld Drake King's gaze, who could remain calm? The hundreds of thousands of great Zhou captives were also worried for Zhou Xuanji. If it were them, they wouldn't even have the courage to attack the Yellow Springs Drake King. Right at this moment, numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, God Emperor Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petals, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Illusory Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, Hegemon Jiao, Great Dream Sword, Wicked Song Sword, Dog Culling Sword, 10,000 Firewood Sword, Daz Sword, Bayou King Sword, White Dragon Bone Sword, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Sword, Ice Sealing Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Greedy Ghost Sword, Burning Fire Sword. All the divine swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi, and were buzzing non-stop. Apart from the thunderclap sword beneath his feet, there were 59 other divine swords floating behind him. Each of them had their own brilliance, creating a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the Sky Extinguishing Sword flew into his hand. After holding the sword, his entire aura suddenly changed. Boom! Sword chi erupted, shooting up into the sky, scattering the sea of clouds above. A majestic might ravaged the heavens and earth, causing hundreds of thousands of people to widen their eyes. Such a strong pressure. Lin Chang'e was also given a big fright. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji's strength to be so terrifying. Zhou Xuanji raised the Sky Extinguishing Sword and pointed it at Huangquan Drake King as he said, using the weak to threaten the enemy. You are not worthy of being called an expert, nor are you worthy of being ranked 5th in the world. Dragons are overlords that soar through the 9 heavens. They are proud and mighty, and a bug like you does not have the right to be one. After speaking, he gave a long roar and turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Ancestral Dragon Sword. His dragon body madly grew, quickly becoming 500 meters long. His body gave off a golden light, and even though he was not as big as Huangquan Drake King, he gave off a divine aura. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Zhou Xuanji had turned into a dragon. Huangquan Drake King, Huangquan 100 Devils, and Huangquan Twin Devils were also dumbfounded. It had to be said that compared to Huangquan Drake King, the 5-clawed golden dragon was much more majestic. It was like a divine dragon facing an ordinary dragon. True dragon. How is this possible? Huangquan Drake King could no longer remain calm and furiously roared. After saying this, he ferociously rushed at Zhou Xuanji. A dragon that was 3,000 meters tall was incredibly terrifying, and as it rushed out, it gave off an unstoppable aura. It swept through the ruins of the royal city, and hundreds of thousands of captives cried out and prostrated themselves on the ground to prevent themselves from being swept away. Zhou Xuanji also moved. The two massive dragons collided in the air, and in that moment, a powerful light exploded out from between them, illuminating the heavens and earth. Boom! 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 The two massive dragons rushed above the sea of clouds and madly fought. Their tails and horns occasionally poked out of the sea of clouds, and countless dragon scales fell to the ground. Thunderclouds gathered and a wild gale blew, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing and a catastrophe was descending. Everyone on the ground could not see the battle clearly, and they could only feel shock. That boy is already so powerful. Despicable. If we face him, we might not be able to win. Huangquan Twin Devils' expressions were unsightly, and they gnashed their teeth. They had wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji with their own hands, But it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. Fortunately, they had faced Zhou Xuanji in advance. Too powerful, too powerful. Lin Chang's body trembled in excitement, and his hands gripped into fists. At this moment, he felt an indescribable sense of worship in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was only 28 years old. He could fight against the fifth in the world at such a young age, and he had even created such a shocking sword technique. He suddenly wanted to take him as his teacher. On Great Zhou's side, everyone was even more excited. There was anger and surprise. Sword God Zhou is so powerful. He's still as invincible as ever. Kill him. Take revenge for Great Zhou. Heavens, can Zhou Xuanji really fight against Huangquan Drake King? Of course. He has never lost before. Compared to him, the sword monarch who escaped is nothing. Our hope is here. Hundreds of thousands of captives cheered for Zhou Xuanji, including Zhou Qingxin and Princess Lingling. Shitan Changsha wept tears of joy. He put his palms together and mumbled, "His Majesty has shown himself. The golden age that you have been waiting for is coming." Back then, the Empress of Great Zhou could not kill Zhou Xuanji because of Emperor Yin of Zhou's arrangements. Even when Zhou Xuanji tried to assassinate the Empress, Emperor Yin of Zhou predicted it and ordered Shitan Changsha to watch by the side. Of course, none of this mattered anymore. Emperor Yin of Zhou had told Shitan Changsha before that he was not doing this for his kinship, but for Great Zhou's future. As such, he had never explained this to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had long since understood, and had never asked. Rumble. Huangquan Drake King suddenly spewed out billowing flames that were like a massive river, crashing into the five-clawed golden dragon, and sending him flying into the horizon. At that moment, heavenly lightning suddenly exploded out, destroying the flames. The thunderclap sword attached itself to Zhou Xuanji's forehead, causing heavenly lightning to wrap around his dragon body. The dozens of other legendary swords quickly rushed towards Huangquan Drake King. The dragon-shaped sword chi expanded, turning into dozens of golden dragons that roared as they shot out, creating a majestic scene. What sword technique is this? Huangquan Drake King roared, his tone filled with anger. Zhou Xuanji challenging him as a five-clawed golden dragon was the greatest humiliation to him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 262. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. You don't understand the peerless sword technique. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed. His body trembled as he once again rushed towards Huangquan Drake King. He looked calm and confident, but he was actually terrified. The old dragon's strength was just too terrifying. Every time they collided, he felt that he could release the ancestral dragon sword at any time. The fifth in the world truly lived up to his reputation. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation? Other than this king, there are no other true dragons in this world. Yellow Spring's Drake King roared furiously. His body ignited with flames, and his aura surged. His dragon body suddenly trembled, and countless dragon scales turned into sharp blades as they shot towards Zhou Xuanji. The sea of clouds was riddled with holes, and even Zhou Xuanji's heavenly lightning was unable to stop these dragon scales. Soon, his dragon body was destroyed by the dragon scales. He returned to his original form, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He held the sky-extinguishing sword in his right hand, and the ancient god sword in his left. This was the first time he had used two heavenly soul divine swords at the same time. A faint shadow appeared on Zhou Xuanji's body. Emperor Hanlin, the remnant soul of an ancient great emperor. Zhou Xuanji's aura grew tremendously again. He could sense that his spirit energy was depleting quickly. Fortunately, he had the Tianxia map to provide him with endless spirit energy. The unprecedented power made him a little dazed. Two swords in his hands. He could not help but feel that he was invincible. Where did your sword come from? Huangquan Drake King asked in a low voice. As soon as the ancient god sword had fallen into Zhou Xuanji's hands, his aura had greatly increased. How could he not think about it? Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly and charged forward with his sword. 10,000 everlasting steps. Like a beam of cold light, it tore apart the vault of heaven. Huangquan Drake King's neck was cut open, and blood spurted out. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him. His hands were slightly trembling, and he felt an intense pain in his palm. This guy's skin was really too hard. He immediately turned around and focused his gaze. Dozens of divine swords hovered above Huangquan Drake King's head in a circular formation. 100-star sky obscuring formation. The divine swords were still far away from Huangquan Drake King, so they could not envelop his entire body. Countless sword chi rained down on Huangquan Drake King, like a torrential rain. Huangquan Drake King howled in pain. Sword chi bombarded his body, making it difficult for him to break free from the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Yellow springs descend. He suddenly raised his head and roared. In an instant, the sound of a surging river came from above, and Zhou Xuanji instinctively looked up. A black hole appeared above the sea of clouds, and turbid yellow water gushed out from it towards Zhou Xuanji. Countless evil spirits emerged from the river, wreaking havoc in the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself, "What spell is this?" He immediately performed the sword technique of stars, sun and moon. With the sun and moon in front and the stars behind, they overlapped and rushed forward like a straight torrent, crashing head-on into the yellow spring. Rumble! A bright light shone in the sky above the imperial city. Everyone looked up in shock. Was this really a level that could be reached through cultivation? Even Shitan Changshe and Lin Changge couldn't help but swallow their saliva. In front of these two techniques, everything in the world seemed so insignificant. The yellow spring was unstoppable. It dispersed the sun, moon, and stars before charging toward Zhou Xuanji. He leapt, quickly dodging the Huangquan, but countless evil spirits were still rushing towards him. Zhou Xuanji unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword, and each strike was incredibly domineering. Sword chi swept out in all directions, turning wave after wave of evil spirits into dust. At this moment, Huangquan Drake King suddenly unleashed his spirit energy and forcefully broke the formation. Dozens of legendary swords spun and flew out. Zhou Xuanji, you indeed have the ability to defeat all great realization cultivators. It's a pity that I'm a great tribulation scattered immortal. You are like an arm trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Huangquan Drake King laughed wildly. He had already seen through Zhou Xuanji's limit. Powerful indeed, but it was nothing before him. He turned around and dashed into the yellow spring, and his massive dragon body shrunk. A horrifying might that sent chills down everyone's spines exploded. The yellow spring boiled and countless bubbles popped. A silhouette could be vaguely seen in the yellow spring. It was Huangquan Drake King. He transformed into his human form. The yellow spring parted, revealing him. He wore a crimson robe, and his face was fair and majestic. He had dragon horns and a crown on his head. His dragon eyes were brimming with vigor. He raised his right hand, and the yellow spring water condensed into a long staff. There were 3 skulls on the top of the staff, which looked horrifying. He smirked and laughed coldly. He did not waste any more words and struck the staff toward Zhou Xuanji. In that moment, the surrounding yellow spring water formed into massive and savage yellow dragons that rushed at Zhou Xuanji. Facing the ferocious yellow dragons, Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He once again unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword, continuously destroying the yellow dragons. Dozens of legendary swords flew around him, helping him defend against the attacks. He used the 10,000 sword dragon incantation and fought with Huangquan Drake King. The two of them were 1,000 meters apart, and sword chi and yellow dragons wreaked havoc. The scene was incredibly shocking. Can Zhou Xuanji win? I feel that Huangquan Drake King is so powerful. Is this the 5th in the world? Is that really the legendary Yellow Spring? 9 Hell Yellow Springs, the home of vengeful spirits. It's hard to say. The Huangquan path hasn't acted yet. You have to win. Great Zhou's captives discussed nervously, as if they were the ones fighting. This battle concerned their lives, so they were naturally more afraid than Zhou Xuanji. Lin Changge also felt worried for Zhou Xuanji. You can't die here. He gritted his teeth as he stared at the sky above the royal city, afraid that he would miss a crucial moment. He suddenly understood how laughable it was for him to come and help Zhou Xuanji. Huangquan Drake King was so powerful that he could not fight against him. If he helped, he would be a burden to Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, Feng Gyul stood on the peak and observed the battle. The power that Zhou Xuanji displayed shocked him in his heart. What other trump cards does this brat have other than the Tianxia map? He was confused because he could tell that Zhou Xuanji had not used the Tianxia map yet. However, with Zhou Xuanji's current power, it would be difficult for him to defeat Huangquan Drake King. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying by a yellow dragon. He quickly turned into the golden invincible form and stabilized himself with heavenly lightning coiling around him. With a savage look in his eyes, he swung his swords wildly. His two swords were like the wind, and countless sword chi shot out, dazzling everyone's eyes. Streaks of white light crashed into Huangquan Drake King consecutively. Huangquan Drake King did not dodge, because he had the protection of the yellow spring. With a disdainful smile, he disappeared suddenly. Zhou Xuanji frowned, and instinctively swung his swords behind him. Huangquan Drake King moved even faster, and a yellow dragon slammed into Zhou Xuanji, sending him flying back. In that moment, he felt as if his internal organs were burning, and he tasted something sweet in his throat. He wanted to cough up a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it in time. "I'll let you have a taste of this king's true power," Huangquan Drake King said as he coldly laughed and swung the skeletal staff in his right hand. Just as Zhou Xuanji stabilized himself and prepared to counterattack, he suddenly found that his hands and feet were grabbed by two pitch-black evil spirits. These evil spirits only had their upper bodies, and their lower bodies were like burnt smoke. Their expressions were savage, as if they wanted to eat Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. The heavenly lightning could not harm these evil spirits. Puchi! Zhou Xuanji's chest suddenly tore open, and a white bony claw stretched out, looking incredibly eerie. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 263. Wah! Seeing Zhou Xuanji's chest pierced by the bone claw, the great Zhou captives all became terrified. Was he going to be defeated just like that? At that moment, Zhou Xuanji directly used Six-Path Sword Shadow and killed all of the evil spirits around him. His chest trembled and forced the bone claw out of his body, and his wound healed at a visible rate. His face was pale, and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If he had not activated Golden Invincible Form, his life force might have been greatly reduced, and he might have been defeated. After all, his body cultivation was to strengthen his body's defense, not his regeneration. "Are you afraid?" Huangquan Drake King said mockingly. Thinking about how Zhou Xuanji was Xian Xianghua's husband, a murderous aura appeared in his eyes. In his life, he hated Xian Xianghua the most. That old demonic woman was cruel and heartless. Only by making her suffer would he feel excited. Moreover, there was another reason why he came to find Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in and summoned all of his legendary swords to his side in case the evil spirits suddenly attacked. He had not sensed his injuries at all. Even though he was so far away from Huangquan Drake King, he could not see the evil spirits' movements. Could it be that they had come from the netherworld? Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Tianxia map, and his aura changed slightly. Seeing that he did not speak, Huangquan Drake King condescendingly laughed and continued to attack. Hundreds of evil spirits appeared around Zhou Xuanji, inundating him. These evil spirits were all very powerful. If it was an ordinary spirit refinement cultivator, they would most likely be torn apart. Even great realization cultivators would find it difficult to defend against them. Ah! Ah! The evil spirits suddenly gave off terrifying cries. Following this, they were all absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. Huangquan Drake King stared with wide eyes and cried out in shock. How is this possible? He did not believe it, and continued to cast spells. Thousands of evil spirits once again surrounded Zhou Xuanji and leapt at him. "Demons and monsters, you want to harm me?" Zhou Xuanji condescendingly laughed. Using the Tianxia map, he directly absorbed all of the evil spirits. These evil spirits all had spirit energy, which was converted by the Tianxia map into pure spirit energy suitable for him, helping him become stronger. After absorbing thousands of evil spirits, he broke through straightaway. Spirit Refinement Level 5. Some strange memories flashed through his mind. They came from the wraiths. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji often inherited sword techniques, so he had some resistance to these unfamiliar memories and would not get lost in them. Sensing Zhou Xuanji's aura change, Huangquan Drake King's eyes widened. This kid is using his evil spirit to break through. He was instantly enraged. Kid, you're courting death. Huangquan Drake King came before Zhou Xuanji in a single step and swung his staff. It was simply too fast, and Zhou Xuanji could not dodge in time, nor could he absorb its spirit energy. He was sent flying backwards by the skeletal staff. Uft! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Zhou Xuanji's mouth and splattered across the sky. Flying 10,000 meters horizontally, he crashed into the mountains and landed beside a small river, causing the ground to collapse. Countless stones flew in all directions like bullets. All he felt was a bone-crushing pain. The invincible Vajra body quickly faded. The great Zhou captives were silent. It was as if they had been struck by lightning as they stood rooted to the ground. The Yellow Springs Path side cheered. All hail the Dragon King. I knew it. How can Zhou Xuanji stand up to the Dragon King? Such domineering power. Zhou Xuanji could not withstand it at all. This is the Dragon King, unparalleled and invincible. I feel that the Dragon King can compete for first place in the next World Millennium Duel. The evil cultivators and demons of the Yellow Springs Path started praising the Yellow Springs Drake King, as if he was already invincible. At this moment, Huangquan Drake King raised his left hand, and tens of thousands of great Zhou captives flew up in panic. The other captives on the ground also tensed up. Stop! What are you trying to do? Shitan Changshu shouted angrily. Unfortunately, his body was weak and his spiritual power was depleted. Otherwise, he would have already rushed up and fought Huangquan Drake King to the death. Huangquan Drake King ignored him and looked at Zhou Xuanji in the distance as he said coldly, Zhou Xuanji, didn't you want to save them? Today, I'll let you watch them die one by one. With that, he threw the tens of thousands of captives into the Yellow Springs. The captives screamed again and again. After entering the Yellow Springs, their bodies decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a horrible sight to behold. At this moment, only their screams echoed in the world. Horrifying. Despair. Damn it. Zhou Qingxin bent over and pounded his fists on the ground. He felt as if his chest was about to explode from anger. He hated it so much. He hated Huangquan Drake King. He hated himself even more. It was his uselessness that caused his people to die so tragically. The other great Zhou captives fell into extreme despair and terror. They did not beg for mercy, because they had already begged. Death was not scary. Knowing that death was coming, but being powerless to resist was the most terrifying. Moreover, their deaths would be torturous. Zhou Xuanji, what are you enduring? Or are you unable to control that power at all? Huangquan Drake King mocked. He did not even bat an eyelid when he killed tens of thousands of people casually. Far away, Zhou Xuanji lay at the bottom of the crater. His white clothes were torn, and his body was covered with blood. Dozens of legendary swords were scattered around him. He tried to stand up but could not. This guy. So he knew that I had the Tianxia map. He kept forcing me to use the Tianxia map, so that he could take the opportunity to take it. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold. His murderous intent toward Huangquan Drake King had reached its peak. The Holy Light Redemption sword flew to his side and pierced into his right arm to help him recover. The Tianxia map was also providing him with endless spirit energy. He got up slowly and began to think of a plan. Huangquan Drake King was more powerful than he had imagined. But he was confident that he could escape. But if he escaped, he might as well not have come. He looked toward the Huangquan 100 Devils. He could rely on these fellows to become more powerful. But Huangquan Drake King would not just stand by and watch. The one who obtains the Tianxia map will obtain the world. Zhou Xuanji, the Tianxia map has not been able to unleash its true might in your hands. Why don't you hand over the Tianxia map to me? Huangquan Drake King laughed wildly, causing everyone to be in an uproar. Tianxia map. Even Great Zhou's side was stunned. Zhou Xuanji had the legendary treasure Tianxia map? The Huangquan 100 Devils' breathing became ragged. Although they were working for Huangquan Drake King, they each had their own thoughts. If they obtained the Tianxia map, given time, they believed that they could surpass Huangquan Drake King. To be able to reach such heights, who did not have any thoughts. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. This fellow actually told them about this. Even if he obtained it, was he not afraid that everyone in the world would attack him? It's a pity that the Tianxia map will still fall into Huangquan Drake King's hands. Feng Qiu shook his head, looking worried. He could not defeat Huangquan Drake King, so he could only watch on. Once Huangquan Drake King obtained the Tianxia map, the world would face a great calamity. On the other side, Lin Chang'e was also anxious. He gritted his teeth and flipped his right hand. A scroll appeared in his hand. He shouted at Huangquan Drake King, "Bastard! Do you dare to fight me?" However, Huangquan Drake King ignored him and flew towards Zhou Xuanji. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 264. Throughout history, anyone who obtained the Tianxia map could rule the world. Our netherworld path was the first to discover the Tianxia map, but it was taken away by you. Do you know what crime you've committed? This king will dismember your body into 1,000 pieces and grind your bones to dust. Even that will not be enough to atone for your sins. Huangquan Drake King coldly laughed as he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had not obtained the Tianxia map for long. He did not believe that Zhou Xuanji could kill him with the help of the Tianxia map. Looks like I can only break my promise. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He had already tried his best. He could not just throw his life away here. Aggrieved. However, he had already anticipated the possibility of failure. However, he didn't want to have any regrets, and wanted to fight. The sky extinguishing sword and ancient god sword landed in his hands again. Emperor Hanlin's remnant soul attached to his body, and his aura rose again. Huangquan Drake King was already on his must-kill list. He hated them even more than Jihuang Demon Lord. What? Scared? Huangquan Drake King said mockingly. Even without his orders, the Huangquan 100 Devils and Huangquan Twin Devils appeared in the surroundings, sealing off Zhou Xuanji's escape routes. All of them looked at him with sinister smiles, as if they were looking at a prisoner. If you hand over the Tianxia map, I can give you a chance to be my slave. Huangquan Drake King laughed. There was no doubt about Zhou Xuanji's talent, and if he could use him, it would naturally be good. Once he controlled the Tianxia map, no matter how talented Zhou Xuanji was, he would not be able to surpass him. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and prepared to fight his way out. Tianxia map. A voice suddenly rang in his ears. He subconsciously turned around and saw Emperor Hanlin's deep eyes staring down at him. He was stunned. Is this guy conscious? I didn't expect that I would encounter the Tianxia map again. Brat, you borrowed my power, which is equivalent to being my successor. How can you be humiliated by this insect? Emperor Hanlin's voice resounded once more, and his tone carried an air of superiority. Yellow Springs Drake King stopped and looked at Emperor Hanlin with a frown. Who are you? He had thought that Emperor Hanlin was Zhou Xuanji's sword soul, and had never thought that he would have his own consciousness. Emperor Hanlin ignored him and continued to look down at Zhou Xuanji. Brat, I'll let you try the power of the Tianxia map, so that it won't be shamed. Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji felt the Tianxia map in his body begin to rampage. His eyes widened. Was Emperor Hanlin the owner of the Tianxia map in the past? The sword spirit had said that the supreme legendary sword system had absorbed many remnant souls when it descended into the northern wilderness region, and Emperor Hanlin was one of them. She did not expect him to be the owner of the Tianxia map. That was right. The primordial god sword contained the remnant souls of 9 ancient great powers, but the first one it summoned was Emperor Hanlin. Was it because of the Tianxia map? A terrifying power emerged from his right palm and poured into the ancient god sword. The ancient god sword trembled violently, and the blade burst forth with a powerful light. It turned into a sword of light, and its aura was so powerful that the stones nearby trembled continuously. This is... Huangquan Drake King widened his eyes in shock. The surrounding Huangquan 100 Devils and Huangquan Twin Devils were also frightened. From Emperor Hanlin's tone, it was clear that he had an extraordinary background. Could this fellow be related to the Tianxia map? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. Sensing this powerful energy, even he himself was shocked. The power of the Tianxia map. Do it. We can't let him continue to become stronger. The blade-wielding demon furiously roared. After speaking, they rushed at Zhou Xuanji. The Huangquan 100 devils also moved. Nearly 100 spirit refinement cultivators, and above prepared to cast magic techniques, wanting to kill Zhou Xuanji on the spot. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his sword, using the sky-dominating divine sword. Boom! A terrifying sword chi exploded out, and before the Huangquan 100 devils could even use their spirit energy, they were sent flying back and coughed up blood. Immediately, 10 or so Huangquan devils were annihilated. The Huangquan twin devils' cultivations were higher, and they nimbly dodged. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge, and quickly came behind one of the Huangquan devils. He stabbed his sword in, and at the same time, he used world internalization to absorb the other party's spirit energy. Using the Tianxia map's power, he absorbed the Huangquan devil's spirit energy in an instant, as well as his soul. This fellow did not even have time to say anything before dying. Following this, Zhou Xuanji continued to attack the other Huangquan devils. The Tianxia map suppressed their souls and absorbed their spirit energy, making it so that the other Huangquan devils did not notice this. So powerful. This feeling. Zhou Xuanji could not contain his excitement. With the support of the Tianxia map, his speed greatly increased, far surpassing the speed of a great realization cultivator. He could do whatever he wanted. Now, he felt that he could really do whatever he wanted. The pressure that Huangquan Drake King gave him decreased greatly. Seeing him slaughter the Huangquan 100 devils, Huangquan Drake King could not sit still anymore, and immediately charged at him. In less than 5 breaths of time, Zhou Xuanji had killed 4 Huangquan devils. Unknowingly, he felt that his understanding of world reincarnation had deepened. Boom! Huangquan Drake King smashed down with his staff, but Zhou Xuanji dodged it. The staff smashed down, causing the ground to collapse and rivers to flow underground. The Huangquan 100 devils all dodged, but Zhou Xuanji's target was them. Even with Huangquan Drake King around, the Huangquan devils fell one after another. How did this boy suddenly become so powerful? It's the Tianxia map. He's using the Tianxia map's power. The Huangquan twin devils cried out in shock. They were both furious and afraid, and they did not dare to join the battle. Countless evil spirits appeared in the mountains, flying over from all directions to capture Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji relied on his absolute speed to evade their capture. He did not stop to absorb the evil spirits, because once he stopped, he would be captured by Huangquan Drake King. Everything around me seems so slow, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he searched for the Huangquan devils. His blood vessels expanded. He did not expect the Tianxia map to be so powerful. No wonder people said that the one with the Tianxia map would rule the world. It was not just because of the world Buddha art. Hurry up and attack that bug. Your body cannot withstand the Tianxia map's power for a long time. Emperor Hanlin's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, reminding him telepathically. Zhou Xuanji came to his senses and looked toward Huangquan Drake King. Great tribulation scattered immortal, an existence that surpassed the great realization stage. He wondered if the Tianxia map's power could help him kill Huangquan Drake King. Even if it could not, he had to kill him. Zhou Xuanji charged toward Huangquan Drake King, with 2 Heavenly Soul legendary swords in his hands. 10,000 ultimate steps. Huangquan Drake King only saw a flash of sword light, and his throat was slit. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He instinctively covered his throat and swung his staff, but he missed. Zhou Xuanji appeared 10 meters away, and looked at him coldly. This is the Tianxia map's power? Huangquan Drake King asked greedily, his eyes burning with desire. Zhou Xuanji's strength could only sweep across great realization stage cultivators. But now he could injure a great tribulation scattered immortal. If he could obtain the Tianxia map, how powerful would he be? Get close to him. Emperor Hanlin's voice once again came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. His tone was cold and filled with murderous intent. Come, wonderful book house. Chapter 265. Approach him? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged forward with the 8-step sword lunge. The Tianxia map could absorb souls, and his world internalization could absorb spiritual power. There was no reason for him to be afraid of close combat. Huangquan Drake King was pleasantly surprised to see him appear out of thin air. This kid is really full of himself. He doesn't know how powerful a great tribulation bodiless immortal is. He thought disdainfully in his heart. The current Zhou Xuanji was powerful and shocked him, but it was not to the point where he feared him. His eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. He held the skeletal staff in his right hand, and small yellow dragons emerged from the 3 skulls. "Draw your sword, display your strongest sword technique," Emperor Hanlin shouted, and Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the ancestral dragon sword. Huangquan Drake King felt an extremely powerful impact on his Yuan Shen, and he instantly fell into a daze. Roar! A dragon roar exploded, and a 5-clawed golden dragon tore Huangquan Drake King into pieces. It swallowed Huangquan Drake King's soul into its mouth, and the Tianxia map absorbed it. The 5-clawed golden dragon transformed into his human form, and Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground. Silence. The world was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The Huangquan 100 ghosts and Huangquan twin devils were dumbfounded. What did they see? Impossible. This can't be real. Zhou Xuanji was given a big fright. Huangquan Drake King had died just like that? In that instant, he felt a strange power enter his body, causing his speed to increase to the extreme. It was not the power of the Tianxia map. It was Emperor Hanlin. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Emperor Hanlin's remnant soul, only to see it flickering like a candle flame, about to dissipate at any moment. "Kid, that strike just now had consumed a large portion of your Majesty's strength. Next up, your Majesty will enter a deep slumber. I don't know how long it will take for me to wake up again. In the future, you can only rely on yourself." Emperor Hanlin's voice floated into Zhou Xuanji's ears, causing him to feel stunned. He transmitted his voice and asked, "Why are you helping me?" "Just because he was the owner of the ancient god sword and the Tianxia map? I want to live," Emperor Hanlin spoke. His aura was weak. Before he finished speaking, his remnant soul dispersed. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. "The Dragon King is dead," a Huangquan devil suddenly shouted, scaring the other Huangquan devils into fleeing. Zhou Xuanji immediately chased after them. These guys could help him become more powerful. The Huangquan twin devils escaped the fastest. They used tunneling techniques, making it impossible for Zhou Xuanji to track them down. By the time Zhou Xuanji absorbed the spirit energy of 3 Huangquan devils, the other Huangquan devils had already fled. He stopped, and the power of the Tianxia map dissipated. He did not feel any discomfort. After all, the spiritual power in his body was very abundant. It was just that after the strong left, he felt an indescribable emptiness. He focused on the Tianxia map, and realized that Huangquan Drake King was not completely dead. His soul was trapped, and could not leave the Tianxia map. "Stinking brat, you can't trap this king. This king will break out sooner or later. This king will tear you to pieces," Huangquan Drake King shouted angrily in the Tianxia map. He was extremely furious. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. At the moment, he was indeed unable to kill Huangquan Drake King directly. After all, the difference in their realms was too great. However, it was impossible for Huangquan Drake King to escape from the Tianxia map, unless Zhou Xuanji decided to let him out. "The day I break through to the Mahayana realm will be the day you die," Zhou Xuanji disdainfully thought to himself. If Huangquan Drake King could increase his cultivation in the Tianxia map, it would benefit Zhou Xuanji. However, Huangquan Drake King only had a soul left. How could he cultivate? "You actually defeated Huangquan Drake King. As expected, you are outside of fate." Feng Qil appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with wariness. Who could see through someone who could not even be trapped by fate? "How does it feel to be slapped in the face?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly, feeling quite pleased inwardly. This old fellow had said that he would definitely die if he came. But now, he had survived. Even though he did not rely on his own power, the outcome was like this. If he was not convinced, would he dare to hit him? Feng Qil fell silent, not knowing what to say. Lin Chang'e flew over and landed beside Zhou Xuanji, his body trembling. Heavens! You really killed Huangquan Drake King. How did you do it? Is it the Tianxia map? He continuously asked excitedly, a look of worship on his face. Zhou Xuanji had not only obtained the legacy of an ancient sword emperor, but he had also obtained the Tianxia map. In other words, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would become number one in the world sooner or later. At that moment, Lin Chang'e suddenly wanted to kneel down and take him as his teacher. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and turned, preparing to return to Great Zhou. In this battle, he had been heavily injured, but with the Tianxia map and Holy Light Redemption Sword, his injuries had already recovered, and he looked completely fine. Seeing this, Lin Chang'e sighed in amazement. This sort of grandeur completely convinced him. In his heart, he already viewed the ancestral dragon sword as the most powerful sword technique in the world. The scene of Zhou Xuanji tearing apart Huangquan Drake King lingered in his mind. Feng Qiu looked at Zhou Xuanji's back, wanting to say something but hesitating. The Tianxia map's power is unimaginable. At that moment, an indifferent voice sounded out in the three people's ears. They all turned their heads and saw a man standing on top of the ruins 100 meters away. This person was wearing a straw rain cape and a conical bamboo hat. His head was slightly lowered, making it impossible to see his true appearance. "Who are you, sir?" Lin Chang'e asked in a low voice. He raised his sword and prepared to fight. He had not sensed this person's arrival at all, which meant that this person's cultivation was far above his. Feng Qiu frowned and pinched his fingers together as he divined. His face suddenly paled, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His legs weakened, and he stumbled back 3 steps before sitting down on the ground and circulating his energy to heal his injuries. Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. Why was this old fellow like Daoya old man? However, this meant that this person's background was not simple at all. The Tianxia map is not suitable for you. You are unable to unleash its true power. If this treasure falls into Yangdi's hands, he will be able to immediately verify his Tao and ascend to great heavenly immortal. The man in the straw raincoat ignored Lin Chang'e and Feng Qiu as he spoke leisurely. His tone did not contain any emotion, as if he did not place the Tianxia map in his eyes at all. Yangdi, Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. Didn't this mean that he was inferior to Yangdi? Once the Tianxia map is announced, you will become the public enemy of all heroes in the world. Even the human sanctums will hunt you down. I want to see if you can live long enough to fight against Yangdi. Do your best, young man. After speaking, the man in the straw raincoat disappeared, as if he had never been there. Lin Chang'e cursed out in a low voice. Are you crazy? Are you purposely mocking me? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and turned as he continued to walk towards the great Zhou royal city. He did not take the man in the straw raincoat's words to heart. This person came and went without a trace, and it was impossible to determine his strength. However, there was one thing that he was sure of, which was that before he fought against Yangdi, this person would not act against him. Feng Qiu opened his eyes, a look of shock on his face as he muttered. Fate exists forever, isolated from heaven's secrets. Could this person be? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He hurriedly got up and quickly left in another direction. Calm, wonderful bookhouse. Chapter 266. Within the ruins of Great Zhou's royal city, hundreds of thousands of captives were trembling in fear. They looked into the distance where dust billowed. Separated by mountains, they could not see the battle clearly. The evil cultivators and demons from the Huangquan path were very anxious too. Why was there no movement all of a sudden? Huangquan Drake King would still laugh wildly before, but now he was gone. Who won in the end? If even he lost, let's kill ourselves by biting our tongues. Princess Xuanya lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, rather than being tortured to death, it would be better to kill ourselves. No one replied to her. The others fell into despair and fear. As humans who could truly face death. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji is back. A demon cried out in shock, which caused an uproar among the humans and demons. Zhou Xuanji's return meant the evil cultivators and demons from the Huangquan path looked over with wide eyes. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e clearly, they were almost scared out of their wits. The Drake King is dead. Run. Oh no. Zhou Xuanji is back. Run. How can it be? How could the Drake King lose? Where are the twin devils and 100 ghosts? They're all dead. They must be. Either they escaped or they escaped. In an instant, the Huangquan path was in chaos, and everyone ran for their lives. Zhou Xuanji did not chase after them. Huangquan Drake King was dead, and the Huangquan path's reputation plummeted. Even if they elected a new master, they would not dare to find trouble with him. Soon, he came up to Zhou Qingxin. The hundreds of thousands of captives around him were extremely excited. Their faces were filled with passion, and most of them were crying tears of joy. After experiencing life and death, Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts was elevated to that of a god. You really did it. Zhou Qingxin's eyes were red. Facing his own brother, he could no longer control his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He stabbed the holy light redemption sword into Zhou Qingxin's shoulder, which caused an uproar among the crowd. What was he trying to do? Zhou Qingxin was shocked too. But the next second, he sensed that something was wrong. My spirit energy is recovering? He cried out in surprise, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Xuanji did not let him recover. After letting him recover some of his spirit energy, he walked towards the others. He treated all the civil and military officials, and the rest of the captives were treated by the officials. For a time, the ruins of the imperial city regained their vitality. Is Huangquan Drake King really dead? Shitan Changshe walked up to Zhou Xuanji and asked anxiously. He was worried that Huangquan Drake King would escape. Given Huangquan Drake King's viciousness, he would definitely make a comeback. Lin Chang'e said disdainfully, "Of course he's dead. I saw it with my own eyes. He was torn apart by Brother Zhou. Even his soul couldn't escape in time." Hearing this, Shitan Changshe and the surrounding people sucked in a breath of air. Zhou Xuanji was this powerful? Princess Xuanya, Princess Lingling, and the other princesses all looked at Zhou Xuanji in worship. Killing the fifth in the world. Did that mean that Zhou Xuanji would become the new fifth in the world? The matter regarding the Tianxia map has been exposed. From now on, I have to draw a clear line between us, so that I don't implicate the great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji said. His words were wrong, and everyone became anxious. Their biggest backer was Zhou Xuanji, so how could they draw a clear line? Our great Zhou is not afraid of becoming enemies with the world. Yeah. You are from Great Zhou. Making trouble for you is the same as making trouble for Great Zhou. What's there to be afraid of? The men of Great Zhou are never afraid of having too many enemies. Stay in Great Zhou. We will use all our resources to help you become more powerful. The officials and generals all spoke. Great Zhou might become the weakest among the empires, and might even be devoured by the other empires. They must hold on to Zhou Xuanji tightly. Without Zhou Xuanji, they would perish too. They might as well take the risk. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Don't worry. I'm not cutting off all ties with Great Zhou. Now that the two races are at war, the sanctums and empires will protect you. Soon I will establish my own sect. At that time, I will leave a few more spots for Great Zhou. When I become more powerful, I will support the sanctums in Great Zhou." Establishing a sect. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so ambitious. "I will support the sanctums in Great Zhou." Zhou Qingxin took a deep breath and said, "If so, then we can't keep troubling you. Let's do it this way. You can come to Great Zhou anytime, and we will treat you well." In front of Zhou Xuanji, he did not refer to himself as the emperor, because the throne was given to him by Zhou Xuanji. "You guys settle down first. I will go to various places in Great Zhou to help you eliminate the demons." Zhou Xuanji nodded. After saying this, he turned and left, with Lin Chang'e following behind him. Before Zhou Qingxin, Shitan Changshe, and the others could ask them to stay, the two of them had already disappeared into the horizon like immortals. It's Great Zhou's fortune to have such a person. Shitan Changshe sighed in amazement. His eyes were filled with admiration. He admired Emperor Yan of Zhou. Princess Xuanya held Princess Lingling's hand and giggled. Should we go to his sect to seek the Tao? As princesses, they were forced to marry. If not for their relationship with Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Qingxin would not have allowed them to stay in the royal capital peacefully. After meeting Zhou Xuanji, it was difficult for them to fall for other men. Okay. Princess Lingling blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Although her voice was soft, it was filled with determination. She wanted to work hard in her cultivation and change her fate like Zhou Xuanji. She wanted to become a powerful cultivator respected by everyone. In the sky, Zhou Xuanji and Lin Changge flew on their swords. The two of them chatted as they flew. How did you get the Tianxia map? I heard that other than the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance, you also have the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor's inheritance. Give me one. Lin Changge tore off his cold and steady appearance and turned into a chatterbox. Zhou Xuanji looked straight ahead and said, Become my sword slave. Everything is negotiable. You can learn any sword technique you want. Sword slave? Lin Changge was stunned and asked, Didn't you say disciple? The difference between a disciple and a sword slave was huge. If word got out, it would not be nice to be a sword slave. You said it yourself. That was in the past. Now that I have shown my true power, the price has to rise. You are no longer fit to be my disciple. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said indifferently, but he felt pleased in his heart. If he took Lin Changge in as his disciple, his sect would have two great realization sword cultivators. With Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng's talent and attainment in the way of the sword, they could already establish their own sections. In the entire northern wilderness region, they could be ranked in the top 5 in the way of the sword. Lin Changge looked depressed and was in a dilemma. He was a genius. How could he become someone else's sword slave? When I become the top cultivator in the world, you will not even be qualified to be my sword slave. Remember, time and tide wait for no man. Serendipity will never wait for you in the same place. I already have a great realization sword slave. He came from overseas and is the top sword cultivator in that sea region. Zhou Xuanji said leisurely. He was not in a hurry at all like Jiang Taigong fishing. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 267. The number 1 swordsman overseas? Mahayana Realm Cultivation Base? Lin Changge was shocked. There were all sorts of legends about the northern wilderness region overseas. When he was young, he had also been curious about overseas. He did not expect that Zhou Xuanji had already subdued a powerful sword cultivator from overseas. You're not lying to me? Lin Changge asked with a frown. If it was really as Zhou Xuanji said, and he took him as his master, it would not be shameful. Wait a minute. How could I have such a strange idea? I am the exquisite sword heart, the descendant of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Lin Changge took a deep breath and cast aside all the random thoughts in his mind. Do I look like a liar to you? Zhou Xuanji said with disdain. He looked as if he didn't care whether he came or not. Seeing this, Lin Changge became anxious again. He really wanted to learn the ancestral dragon sword. A 5-clawed golden dragon was so awe-inspiring that he wanted to learn it even in his dreams. Zhou Xuanji did not speak anymore. If Zhou Xuanji kept him in suspense, this brat would take the bait sooner or later. Following that, they roamed around the great Zhou dynasty. All the demons they encountered were drained of their demonic energy and driven away. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all, as he had a big and small heir, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the little black snake. His hatred towards demons was far less than that of ordinary people. Meanwhile, the news of Zhou Xuanji killing Huangquan Drake King was like a meteor falling to the ground, shaking the heavens and earth. The northern wilderness region went berserk. 42nd in the world killed the 5th in the world. Everyone's first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief. However, when they heard that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map, they were all shocked. The owner of the Tianxia map would rule the world. This legend was known to everyone in the northern wilderness. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had relied on the Tianxia map to kill Huangquan Drake King? For a time, both the human and demon races were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji has already grown to become the 5th in the world? He's only 28 years old. Oh my god, are you kidding me? A 28-year-old ranked 5th in the world. He is even more powerful than Yang Di. The Tianxia map is with Zhou Xuanji? No wonder he's so powerful. The reason why Zhou Xuanji is so devilishly powerful is because of the Tianxia map? If we obtain the Tianxia map, will we be able to roam the world like him? All the dynasties, sacred grounds, dynasties and sects were discussing this matter. On the 7th day after the news was made public, the Shanghai Ziggurat released the new top 100 of the northern wilderness. The name of Huangquan Drake King was erased. Zhou Xuanji made a huge leap. The number 1 in the world, Sunlight Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, dominating both the past and the present. Second in the world, Jihuang Demon Lord, supreme of the demon race, unparalleled. Third in the world, Jiang Wudi, has reversed yin and yang and mastered the Qilin Zither. Fourth in the world, Xian Xianghua, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. The fifth in the world, Zhou Xuanji, the current Sword Emperor, the owner of the Tianxia map. In a small town in the forest, Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man, Xian Xianghua, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others gathered together, along with dozens of second-generation disciples. They all looked at Han Shenbua excitedly and listened to him talk about Zhou Xuanji's accomplishments. The Shanghai Ziggurat nominates the fifth in the world, the current Sword Emperor, and the owner of the Tianxia map. Fifth in the world, just one rank away from sect leader Xian. Han Shenbua was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He didn't notice Xian Xianghua's cold gaze. You can boast about Zhou Xuanji. Why did you whip my corpse? Xian Xianghua had never taken being ranked fourth in the world as an honor, but she was still excited for Zhou Xuanji. This kid's growth is too fast. At this rate, how long will it take for him to surpass me? Her eyes lit up as she thought to herself expectantly. Ning Zifeng said excitedly, "That was a great tribulation scattered immortal, and he was killed by Master just like that." He knew about the stages above the Great Realization stage. He had seen how powerful Great Tribulation scattered immortals were in the Chaos Tide Sea, and they were ridiculously powerful. Xuanji has really exceeded everyone's expectations, Daoya Old Man said in amazement. He had guessed that Zhou Xuanji would excite Huangquan Drake King, but he did not expect him to kill him. How difficult was it to kill the fifth in the world? Even Xian Xianghua couldn't do it. If Xian Xianghua knew what he was thinking, she would definitely attack him. She couldn't kill Huangquan Drake King alone? You can rest assured now, right? Huang Lianxin said to Jiang Shui as she covered her mouth and smiled. During this period of time, this girl had always been worried about Zhou Xuanji, and she rarely smiled. Jiang Shui shook her head at her before looking at Han Shenbua and asking, "Is Xuanji injured?" Everyone came back to their senses. After such a huge battle, how could Zhou Xuanji not be injured? He might be, but it shouldn't be serious. He's currently slaying demons in Great Zhou, and he should be back soon, Han Shenbua said. If he was heavily injured, how could Zhou Xuanji dare to run around? Hearing this, Jiang Shui let out a sigh of relief. Within the barren desert, there was a canyon that cut across the land. There was a figure standing on each side of the cliff. It was Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat. Both of them had met Zhou Xuanji before. One was curious about Zhou Xuanji's fate, while the other felt that Zhou Xuanji did not deserve the Tianxia map. Dao Seeker narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in the woven rush raincoat as he asked, "I didn't expect you to also be paying attention to Zhou Xuanji. What do you want?" His tone was a bit serious, as if he was a bit wary of the man in the woven rush raincoat. "Can't you divine what I want to do?" The man in the woven rush raincoat crossed his arms in front of his chest and pulled on the brim of his conical hat. His tone was just as indifferent as before. The two of them were opposing each other. Evidently they knew each other. "Didn't you value Yang Di? Why aren't you paying attention to him?" Dao Seeker asked again, his gaze filled with judgment. The man in the woven rush raincoat said faintly, "He's already the top in the world. Why should I pay attention to him? If I get close to him, he will sense me." Dao Seeker heard him and frowned. Yang Di was already this powerful? Zhou Xuanji has the Tianxia map, and he has great talent. He reached spirit refinement level 5 at the age of 28. And he has the monarchical violet chi. Tell me, is he the 10,000-year prince or the child of fate? The man in the woven rush raincoat asked curiously. Seeker snorted coldly and waved his sleeves to leave. He's neither. I advise you not to pay too much attention to him, or else you will get yourself into trouble. The man in the woven rush raincoat did not stop him, but pondered on the spot. More than a month later, Zhou Xuanji and Lin Chang'e stopped in the forest at the border of Great Zhou. Have you thought about it? Are you going to take me as your master or part ways? Zhou Xuanji looked sideways at Lin Chang'e and asked with a smile. Lin Chang'e couldn't fight him at all now. Therefore, the two of them tacitly didn't mention the 10-year promise from before. This is an important matter. I must go back and discuss it with my father. Lin Chang'e sighed. These days, Zhou Xuanji intentionally used the ancestral dragon sword every day, which made him fall into the trap of the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, If you've thought it through, come to Skyfall to find me. With that he walked away. Looking at his back, Lin Chang'e sighed faintly before turning into a stream of sword light and leaving. After leaving the forest, Zhou Xuanji flew toward the south at full speed. Since the Tianxia map was exposed, it was time for him to return to Skyfall and cultivate in peace. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 268. Zhou Xuanji traveled at full speed and crossed Juema Wasteland within 3 days. The battles between the two races that he encountered along the way were all ended by him with his absolute power. Soon, all sorts of legends about Zhou Xuanji spread around Juema Wasteland, which made the demon army retreat quickly and not dare to get close. He had originally wanted to go to Great Chen to see Chen Bantian. That fellow had awakened his yellow dragon bloodline, and he wondered how he was doing. He was thinking that after Chen Bantian ascended to the throne, he would have Great Chen support his sect just like Great Zhou, while his sect would provide support to Great Chen. This was the best of both worlds. But after thinking about it, as long as there were humans or demons, they would be talking about him. It was better for him not to wander around. Huangquan Drake King's fall left the Huangquan path without a leader. Jihuang Demon Lord was even more furious, and said that he would find Zhou Xuanji and kill him. Jihuang Demon Lord was much more powerful than Huangquan Drake King. Even if Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, he did not fear Zhou Xuanji. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had obtained the Tianxia map, Jihuang Demon Lord wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji even more. Once he obtained the Tianxia map, he believed that he would have the power to fight against Yang Di. As such, the entire demon race started to list Zhou Xuanji as a wanted man. If they met Zhou Xuanji, they were not allowed to attack, and only needed to report their whereabouts. There was no obstruction along the way. Another half a month passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 29 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations sword owner for obtaining Amethyst World Full Sword, Hades God-slaying formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he immediately stopped. Great Hell God-slaying formation. Another sword formation. He was secretly delighted. The destructive power of the 100-star sky-covering sword formation was already strong enough, allowing him to taste the sweetness of a sword formation. Now that he had obtained another sword formation, how could he not be happy? He was not in a hurry to inherit it. Instead, he took out the World Full Sword and continued on his way. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, World Full Sword grade, Amethyst description, created by a mysterious magnet. Once this sword is unleashed, all living beings within a radius of 1,000 meters will suffer damage to their intelligence and lose control of their emotions. Zhou Xuanji blinked to make sure that he did not see wrongly. Damaged intelligence. Lower my intelligence. Damn, the sword spirit is really a talent. Delighted, he began to observe the World Full Sword closely. The World Full Sword looked like an ordinary iron sword. Compared to his other legendary swords, it seemed mediocre. He waved his sword, but he didn't feel any special power. From the looks of it, the World Full Sword could only lower one's intelligence. There was no one around, so he could not test out the power of the World Full Sword. Hence, he asked the sword spirit about the Hades God-slaying formation. The Great Hell God-slaying formation is a sword formation that summons the fiends of hell. The fiends will have extreme killing intent towards the people the sword master wants to kill. They will even dare to kill immortals. The strength of the fiends depends on the sword master's luck and strength. They will be summoned randomly, and the duration will not exceed an hour. The sword spirit's explanation brightened Zhou Xuanji's eyes. What's the upper limit of my strength? It depends on the sword master's luck. Generally speaking, demons that far surpass the sword master will not be bewitched by the sword formation. Of course, there are exceptions. Zhou Xuanji nodded. If he was lucky, this sword formation might be a powerful killing move. Although there was only one godly sword for his 29th birthday, he had obtained this sword formation, which was pretty good. His mood became very good, and he hurried on at full speed. Another half a month passed. He finally returned to the small town where Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were. His arrival was greeted by cheers from everyone in the town. The second-generation disciples even shouted Zhou Xuanji's name. Soon he saw Jiang Shui. The girl did not care about the others and leaped into his arms. He stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Why? Did you miss me?" "Yeah." Jiang Shui looked up and replied seriously. After that, he returned to the courtyard under the escort of the group. Facing the questions from his trusted subordinates, he did not hide anything and told them about what happened. As for Emperor Hanlin, he hid it from them and only said that he was a great emperor in the Tianxia map. Or else, he would have to explain the origin of the ancient god sword. Lin Chang'e? Great realization level 5? Exquisite sword heart? Ning Zifeng frowned and mumbled to himself. This guy only remembered Lin Chang'e. He had a feeling that this person would be his lifelong enemy. Not an enemy, but a rival. According to Zhou Xuanji, Lin Chang'e had the exquisite sword heart and was as talented as Zhou Xuanji in the Chaos Tide Sea. He also admired the ancestor dragon sword. We should return to Skyfall now. The Tianxia map will bring an even greater disaster. Daoya old man suggested to Zhou Xuanji. He hoped that this boy did not become arrogant. It would not be good for him to continue roaming the battlefield. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Yang Di has already appeared, and he still wants to dominate the northern wilderness region. Soon the demon race will be defeated. Tomorrow morning we will depart. He had also found Xian Xianghua. Next he wanted to study the world Buddha art. In the past year, he often absorbed spirit energy and demon energy. Although his cultivation grew rapidly, he felt that his foundation was not stable. As expected, it was difficult to have both. How could it be easy to cultivate quickly and have a stable spirit energy? Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Now there were dozens of second-generation disciples. They were all talented and intelligent. If they cultivated for a few decades, they would be able to hold their own and recruit the next generation of disciples. Only then would the sect's legacy begin. If there were too many disciples, it would be difficult for them to manage. Zhou Xuanji did a head count. There were 73 second-generation disciples. After he left, Xiao Jinghong and the others expanded their recruitment. All of them were talented. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji lay on Jiang Shui's thighs and enjoyed her massage. Xuanji, the man in the woven rush raincoat that you met before, was he Tian? Jiang Shui asked curiously. From the man in the woven rush raincoat's words, she could guess that he did not fear Yang Di too much. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and said vaguely, How would I know? The man in the woven rush raincoat was unfathomable. He might be an immortal powerhouse like Zhang Quanglan. This person was not interested in the Tianxia map. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Jiang Shui continued to think. During the time when Zhou Xuanji was away, Daoya old man taught her the divination technique. Although she was still young, she would be curious whenever she encountered a mysterious and powerful being. She even wanted to divine it, but she was not proficient enough. Zhou Xuanji began to impart the memories of the Hades god-slaying formation. A massive wave of memories entered his mind, and his body trembled. What's wrong? Jiang Shui asked, but Zhou Xuanji did not reply. She took a closer look and thought that he had fallen asleep. She caressed his face gently. Recalling the past, she could not help but feel a little dazed. Unknowingly, you have grown so big. In the house, the candlelight flickered, and the place fell into silence. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji and the others packed up and left. Everyone in the small town came to send them off. Some of the second-generation disciples came from this town after all. How many demons are there in Skyfall? How powerful is that 9th-ranked demon? Su Yang came up to Xiao Jinghong and asked excitedly. As the senior apprentice brother of the second-generation disciples, he naturally had to find out, so that he could act cool in the future. Come, wonderful book house. Chapter 269. There are countless demons in Skyfall. That rank 9 demon dragon is called Fenyu Dragon King. You have to call him Lord Dragon King from now on, understand? Xiao Jinghong glared at Su Yang and warned. If he offended Fenyu Dragon King and was trampled to death, he would be heartbroken. In any case, this kid was his first disciple. Su Yang nodded and asked excitedly, I heard from Martial Uncle Zhao that the Patriarch subdued the Dragon King with the ancestral dragon sword. Was it a spectacular scene? The more he knew, the more he could brag to his junior brothers and sisters. Xiao Jinghong told Su Yang everything he knew. No matter what Su Yang asked, he answered everything he could. Of course, he did not tell Su Yang some secrets about Zhou Xuanji. For example, why did Zhou Xuanji have so many legendary swords? Ahead, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and Daoya Old Man walked side by side. A person who can talk about Sunlight Emperor and the Tianxia map is not simple. Maybe he is related to the Haotian sect. Xian Xianghua said softly, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Why didn't she know that such a person was hiding in the world today? Daoya Old Man said in a low voice, I'm afraid it's not just that. Feng Qil himself is a legendary earth deity. Back then, Xuanha and I received guidance from him. He's like half a master to us. If even he can't see through him, then his background is probably even older than the Haotian sect. At the mention of Xuanha Divine Monk, he could not help but look sad. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw that Zhang Quanglan's hands were tied up and held by a second-generation disciple. The Thunder Demon Sovereign looked so lonely. He was as thin as a match and his eyes were lifeless. Zhang Quanglan seemed to have suffered greatly during the year he was gone and had become silent. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and felt that Zhang Quanglan could be used. Using it as a spirit energy container was really overkill. You are now ranked 5th in the world. When you reach Skyfall, start cultivating the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. He had already cultivated the World Buddha art and was not interested in the Great Sun Heavenly Devil Rebirth art. Cultivating an additional cultivation technique might clash with one another, and it would also take up a lot of time. The more cultivation techniques one had, the stronger one would become. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Zhou Xuanji said vaguely. Back at the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake, she had often suggested to pass on her energy, but he had refused many times. However, this guy just refused to give up. After leaving the town, they slowly walked towards Skyfall. They did not move quickly, as they still had to teach disciples on the way. Zhou Xuanji planned to take the shortest route, and if there were any suitable geniuses in the way of the sword along the way, he would accept them. In his heart, it would be wonderful if there were 99 second-generation disciples. After all, 9 was the limit. As Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, he turned his attention to the Tianxia map. Huangquan Drake King was no longer making noise and was conserving his energy. It was a pity that he could not escape from the Tianxia map, no matter what. Every day, he would check on Huangquan Drake King. Even if his cultivation surpassed Huangquan Drake King, he would still kill this guy. Leave no one alive. Ning Zifeng began to guide the second-generation disciples in sword practice. 73 disciples practiced their swordsmanship in unison, creating quite a scene. What they practiced was the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword technique. They were all familiar with the sword moves, and their elegance was imposing. Time passed day by day. In 3 months, they passed by 5 cities and recruited 7 disciples. After that, when they entered the demon clan's territory, it was very difficult to see any cultivators. The news of Zhou Xuanji leading a group of disciples had already spread. When the demons saw so many sword cultivators, they all hid. At Daoya Old Man's suggestion, they had to speed up. All of them flew on their swords and stopped practicing along the way. Xian Xianghua said that Jihuang Demon Lord's desire to defeat Yang Di was even stronger than hers. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map, he would surely turn his attention to him. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was thinking about how to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. Although he could defeat Huangquan Drake King, it was because of Emperor Hanlin. Emperor Hanlin was already in a deep sleep, and Xian Xianghua was severely injured. How to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord was a big problem. Even if he returned to Skyfall, Jihuang Demon Lord would come looking for him. This day, they were stopped by a great demon, eighth in the world Nether Ghost. Xian Xianghua squinted her eyes and mumbled to herself. Below them was a boundless forest. 1,000 meters ahead of them, a silhouette levitated. He wore a blood-red robe with golden threads and a bone crown on his head. His face was covered with thin fur, and his eyes were sinister. He had a pair of beast ears amid his brown hair, and the 7 tails behind him danced wildly like pythons. Nether Ghost. His original form was an ancient fox. He was extremely talented and ranked 3rd in the world, right after Jihuang Demon Lord and Huangquan Drake King. His eyes were locked onto Zhou Xuanji, and greed could be seen in his eyes. Huangquan Drake King is dead, and you, the 8th in the world, still dare to come? Daoya Old Man sneered. He pretended to be calm, but he was actually feeling guilty. After all, they already knew the truth about how Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King. Nether Ghost laughed coldly. Really? But I want to try. After that, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji and the others. For the Tianxia map, he dared to take the risk. Once he got the Tianxia map, he could turn the tables on Jihuang Demon Lord and become the new sovereign of the demon race. 8th in the world. Is this stupid demon here to die? Su Yang laughed loudly. He even held his stomach as he spoke, as though his laughing acupoint was sealed. The other disciples were the same. They did not know the truth, but they knew that Zhou Xuanji was the 5th in the world. Why would the 5th be afraid of the 8th? Moreover, the 4th was here. Facing the wild laughter of the 2nd-generation disciples, Nether Ghost frowned slightly. He had heard about the details of the battle. At the beginning, Zhou Xuanji was completely suppressed by Huangquan Drake King. The Drake King even tortured and killed tens of thousands of people in front of Zhou Xuanji, forcing him to use the Tianxia map. This meant that the power of the Tianxia map could not be used easily, so he came to take the risk. But judging from their attitude, they obviously thought that Zhou Xuanji could kill him easily. He was a little hesitant. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and dozens of legendary swords appeared above his head. They quickly spread out and formed a circle. Seeing this, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Beishao Wangjian, and the others were all in a cold sweat. Are we really going to fight? Once we go all out, it will be troublesome. They did not know that Zhou Xuanji was just scaring Nether Ghost. The real disdain was to attack directly, not to threaten him verbally. For example, if Xian Xianghua was at her peak, anyone who dared to offend her would be dead. If she was severely injured, she would scare people. To make it look real, Zhou Xuanji set up the formation straight away. Hades' God-slaying formation. It was his first time using this formation, and he felt a little uneasy. Billowing spiritual chi surged toward him. Strands of black sword chi flowed out from the legendary swords and intertwined with each other, forming a horrifying black hole with a diameter of 300 meters. In an instant, an evil might swept across the heavens and the earth. Su Yang and the other 82nd generation disciples were so frightened that they immediately shut their mouths. Xian Xianghua and Daoya Old Man opened their eyes wide. Nether Ghost felt a chill down his spine because of this evil aura. He immediately turned around and fled, transforming into a black cloud and disappearing into the horizon. Calm. Wonderful book house. It was covered in blood streaks and revealed extreme hatred and killing intent. Everyone was stunned, including Zhou Xuanji. Just this face alone was close to 1,000 feet in size. Just how huge would its original body be? Most importantly, this face was simply too frightening. The blood-faced evil demon's eyes swept across Zhou Xuanji and the others. Everyone trembled in fear, and did not dare to look at it directly. In front of this pair of eyes, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was no match for them. He felt even more pressured than when he faced Huangquan Drake King. In other words, this evil demon was stronger than Huangquan Drake King. Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat. He was in big trouble. At this moment, all of a sudden, the blood-faced evil demon turned into a streak of blood-red light and flew out of the sword formation. It quickly rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was stunned. He left just like that? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that this guy went to kill the enemies he wanted to kill? The people he wanted to kill the most were naturally Jihuang Demon Lord and Nether Ghost. What should we do next? Daoya Old Man asked. He could not help but frown at the question. What's going on? Why did he ask Zhou Xuanji? His mind was in a mess, and his emotions were restless. There was something wrong with his condition. Let's continue our journey. Zhou Xuanji stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage and said, if that evil demon came back, it would be troublesome. Xian Xianghua, Daoya Old Man, Ning Zifeng, Zhang Quanglan, and the others with high cultivations felt a sense of clarity, as though the clouds had parted and they could see the sun. They did not think too much about it, and instinctively thought that it was because of the Hades god-slaying formation. The group advanced at full speed. Nether Ghost landed on a hill. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and mumbled, luckily we ran fast. The Hades god-slaying formation was too horrifying. That evil aura was rarely seen, and he could not understand it. What was hidden inside? Zhou Xuanji must have used this sword formation to kill Huangquan Drake King. He sat down cross-legged, rubbed his chin with his right hand, and began thinking. He did not notice that a gigantic face covered in blood appeared on the hill behind him. It was even bigger than the hill. The pair of eyes stared at him with extreme murderous intent. Nether Ghost sensed that something was wrong, and looked up instinctively. A ferocious mouth descended and swallowed him in one gulp. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew on their swords and leaped over mountains and lakes. Looking ahead, Skyfall's shadow had already appeared on the horizon. It was like a heavenly pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Beixiao Wangjian heaved a sigh of relief and said, we're finally here. This is strange. Jihuang Demon Lord has already given up on killing our master. It had been 8 days since they encountered Nether Ghost. They did not encounter any other great demons, nor did they encounter Jihuang Demon Lord. Maybe he's busy dealing with Yang Di, Xian Xianghua guessed. Xian Xianghua guessed. Although she had lost to Jihuang Demon Lord, she did not think much of him. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said, cultivate for 100 years. After the second-generation disciples finish their studies, we will establish our own sect. How powerful could he be in 100 years? Cough. I can't think like that. Every time I make such a decision, I will be slapped in the face. Will that Lin Chang'e come? Ning Zifeng asked. In the team, other than Zhou Xuanji, no other sword cultivator posed a threat to him. He needed an opponent of equal power. With this, Zhao Zongjian and Xiao Jinghong squinted their eyes. They had heard of the name of the exquisite sword heart. They were great Zhou's geniuses in the sword's way. But Lin Chang'e was a famous genius in the sword's way in the entire northern wilderness region. They were looking forward to meeting such a genius. Who knows? Zhou Xuanji replied casually, as though he did not care if Lin Chang'e would come or not. After half an hour, they flew up to the peak of Skyfall. Finyu Dragon King, Dade Bear Monarch, Haotian Boar King, Liu Wolf Demon, and Jingtian Eagle were already waiting at the peak. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, they immediately knelt down and cupped their fists. Congratulations, Master, for becoming the 5th in the world. They looked excited, and admiration could be seen in their eyes. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too fast. He became the 5th in the world before 30 years old. This was even more exaggerated than Yang Di. As long as he continued to grow, he would surely become the top cultivator in the world. How could they not look forward to the future with such a master? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, get up. Tell me about Skyfall. Xiao Jinghong, Han Shenbua, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin led the second-generation disciples down the mountain. Dade Bear Monarch was with them to prevent them from being injured by demons. The peak was where Zhou Xuanji lived. The disciples could only live below. Wonderful book house. Every time one was reborn, one's physical body, bone root, and soul force would be perfectly inherited. Although one would not have any cultivation, one would be able to recover very quickly after being reborn. After she finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What level are you at?" Xian Xianghua answered, "4th floor. How many times have you been reborn?" "Twice. No wonder you're so young. Do you need a beating?" Anger appeared in Xian Xianghua's eyes. Was this brat looking down on her because she was old? Zhou Xuanji muttered, "The cultivation of the celestial devil rebirth technique is a little difficult. It might take a long time to master the first level." It took Xian Xiang over 10,000 years to reach the 4th level. It was hard to imagine how long it would take to reach the 9th level. He asked curiously, how many levels did the evil king reach when he was alive? In his heart, he always felt that the Diablo was stronger than Xian Xianghua when he was alive. He's also at the 4th level. His attainments aren't as good as mine. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. A while later, the two returned to the summit. Zhou Xuanji seized the time to cultivate, while Xian Xianghua sat by the cliff to recuperate. His target was still world reincarnation. In less than 3 days, all the second-generation disciples had already built a small village halfway up the mountain. To prevent demons from attacking, they chose to stay together. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. During this period, Liu Wolf Demon would occasionally go out to gather information. Recently, something big happened in the demon race. The 8th most powerful cultivator in the world, Nether Ghost, died without even leaving a corpse behind. According to his subordinates, he went to assassinate Zhou Xuanji and never returned. The two powerful beings from the two races divined his fortune and found that there was no longer any sign of him in the northern wilderness region. They were sure that he had died. His death caused all cultivators below the 8th in the northern wilderness top 100 to rise by 1 rank. The news reached Zhou Xuanji and the others, and they all had a strange expression on their faces. It must have been done by that evil demon. Daoya Old Man reminded Zhou Xuanji not to use the Hades god-slaying formation unless it was absolutely necessary. The 8th most powerful cultivator in the world was killed just like that. God knew if he would summon an even more horrifying evil demon. Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement. He was a little shocked too. The Hades god-slaying formation was more powerful than he imagined. It was the first time it was summoned, and it was already so powerful. It could be used as a life-saving technique. On this day, Zhou Xuanji came to a cliff halfway up the mountain and gathered all the second-generation disciples. Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Zongjian were beside him. All the disciples looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. All along, they had been taught by Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others. Now that Zhou Xuanji had gathered them together, they had a bold guess, and their hearts began to race. "Today, I will teach you a sword formation. From now on, you will practice it for an hour every day," Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Sword formation. With so many people in formation, they would surely be able to unleash power that surpassed their cultivation stage. Swoosh, 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 numerous legendary swords flew up from Zhou Xuanji's back. Other than the world full sword, he took out all his legendary swords. This formation is called the 100-star sky covering sword formation. Back then, I used the sword formation to subdue Fenyu Dragon King. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which made Fenyu Dragon King, who stretched his head out from the sea of clouds, embarrassed. The disciples heard him, and their eyes brightened. Ning Zifeng and Zhao Zongjian were excited too. They had witnessed the prowess of the 100-star sky covering sword formation many times, so they naturally wanted to learn it. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came. Fenyu Dragon King turned around and roared, "This is Skyfall." No one is allowed to trespass. The dragon roar was domineering and mighty, which made the disciples shudder in fear. It's okay. My sword slave is here, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, which shocked Ning Zifeng and the others. Exquisite sword mined Lin Chang'e. It was Lin Chang'e. He wore a green robe and stood on a sword, looking like a sword immortal who came from the north. He flew over quickly and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. He half knelt down and cupped his fist. From today onwards, I, Lin Chang'e, will take Zhou Xuanji as my master. I will officially join the sect that Zhou Xuanji created. He looked excited, and had no intention of forcing himself to do so. Ever since he returned to the Hegemon Sword sect, he immediately told his father about this, which infuriated his father so much that he beat him up. He did not give up and told his father all about Zhou Xuanji's prowess, which made his father silent. But his father still did not agree. It was only after the 8th in the world died mysteriously, because of Zhou Xuanji, that his father relented. Zhou Xuanji had already demonstrated the brilliance of the future top cultivator. If Lin Chang'e cultivated with him, he would surely become even more powerful. Although the Hegemon Sword sect was a top-tier force, it was inferior to the sanctums. In the world, it could not shake the world. To break through, Zhou Xuanji was the opportunity. Come, wonderful book house. Chapter 272. Lin Chang'e, ranked 76th in the world. The second-generation disciples were in an uproar. Among sword cultivators, Lin Chang'e was very famous, second only to Zhou Xuanji. Of course, the difference in fame between the two was like a chasm. One could only blame the decline of the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You came just in time. The 100-star sky-covering sword formation is your Hegemon Sword sect's sword formation. You should join and guide these disciples." "Yes, sir." Lin Chang'e got up and said excitedly. He looked at Xiao Jinghong and the others. He was looking for the top sword cultivator overseas. Soon, he locked his eyes on Ning Zifeng. Great realization level 1. It's this guy. Ning Zifeng stared back at him. Their gazes met, and even though they did not speak, they still felt like they were at loggerheads. "Stop looking. Hurry up and enter the formation." Zhou Xuanji threw them a stare and cursed. Could it be that these two were lovers? Xiao Jinghong and the others entered the formation and practiced the 100-star sky-covering sword formation together. With a thought, the legendary swords above Zhou Xuanji's head separated. He walked to the disciples and pointed at them one by one. "You two, look at that sword. It's the one with the crimson dragon soul coiled around. You three, look at that sword. That's the swine culling sword. The three of you are too weak. Look at the same sword together. That's the one. Swing with it later. The two of you stand together and help each other." Zhou Xuanji assigned them a target. At least 2 people should look at the same sword. To prevent anyone from being injured and unable to maintain the formation, at least 2 people should be assigned to each key point of the sword formation. After a while the assignment was over. Zhou Xuanji began to control the legendary swords. They moved slowly, so that everyone could see them clearly. So powerful. Lin Chang'e was shocked in his heart. It was his first time being taught by Zhou Xuanji. Seeing the legendary sword swinging different sword forms, he was in awe. Even his father could not do it. He was right to come. He had only learned the 100-star sky-covering sword formation, but did not practice it in depth. So he was learning from it now. Because Zhou Xuanji was too famous, none of the disciples dared to let their guard down. Together with their intelligence, they memorized every sword form in less than an hour. After memorizing the sword moves, Zhou Xuanji began to teach them how to circulate their qi. Memorizing the sword moves did not mean that one could set up a formation. Every spell had its own unique method of channeling qi. This was one of the difficulties of cultivation. After he finished imparting the qi circulation technique, he stood up. "Continue practicing. Today all of you will focus on practicing this sword array. If there are any mistakes, promote each other. You are all second-generation disciples. When I establish my own sect, all of you will lead the disciples alone. Therefore, There will be no competition between you for now. You have to help each other, understand? Zhou Xuanji looked at all the disciples and smiled. He looked young, but he was already quite dignified. Apart from his cultivation level and aura, it was also related to the tyrant imperial ring on his finger. Understood. The 82nd generation disciples shouted in unison, all of them looking excited. Zhou Xuanji's words made their blood boil. Establishing a sect. They were going to be doyens. When Zhou Xuanji became the top cultivator in the world, they would also ascend with him. Chang'e, come with me. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. After that, he leaped up and soared into the clouds. Lin Chang'e followed closely behind. Humph. Ning Zifeng snorted lightly, but the corner of his mouth was raised slightly. Finally, an opponent came. They could spar often in the future. He wanted to be the most powerful sword cultivator after Zhou Xuanji. On a cliff that was a few hundred meters away, Haotian Boar King, Dade Bear Monarch, and the other 8th-ranked demons were looking down. Looking at these energetic disciples, they looked at each other in dismay. I feel that we cannot relax. If they surpass us in the future, Haotian Boar King swallowed his saliva and said. These disciples' learning and comprehension abilities were too powerful. They tried to memorize the 100-star sky-covering formation, but they were not as fast as these disciples. They had to watch them practice a few times before they could memorize it. Jingtian Eagle said with a cold face. Yes, we must not embarrass the 4 mountain guarding kings. 4 mountain guarding kings. This was the title that Zhou Xuanji gave them. As the name suggested. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji brought Lin Chang'e to the top of the mountain. Lin Chang'e was stunned. The stars hung above his head, as though he could touch them with his hand. The awe he felt was indescribable. He noticed Xian Xianghua and Zhou Xiaoqi, the top cultivator of the evil sects. The legendary divine beast Qilin. He was shocked in his heart. As for Jiang Shui and Daoya Old Man, he ignored them. Since you chose to take me as your master, I will not mistreat you. I will now teach you the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Zhou Xuanji turned around and said to Lin Chang'e. He wanted to teach the sky-dominating divine sword to this brat. Now the sky-dominating divine sword was not his most powerful sword technique, so it was fine to teach it to him. With Lin Chang'e's talent, it would take him at least a few decades to master the sky-dominating divine sword. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to master it in his lifetime. Lin Chang'e heard him, and opened his eyes wide. His breathing hastened, and his heart beat rapidly. Zhou, master, is what you said true? He asked carefully. He felt as though a pleasant surprise had fallen on his head. Zhou Xuanji took out the dog-culling sword and said, the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance is his sword and sword technique. I will not give you the sword, but I can give you the sword technique. This sword technique is called the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Have you heard of it? Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Lin Chang'e swallowed his saliva and replied, I've heard of it. In the Hegemon Sword Sect's ancestral shrine, there is an ancient record of the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword. Legend has it that our ancestor became unrivaled with this sword technique. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began swinging his sword, displaying the sword moves of the sky-dominating divine sword one by one. Lin Chang'e watched intently, afraid that he would miss any detail. Far away, Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and smiled inwardly. This brat really knows how to win people's hearts. After that, she continued to recuperate. Jiang Shui glanced at Zhou Xuanji, but did not pay much attention to him. She continued to listen to Daoya Old Man's divination. One had to admit that the exquisite sword mind's talent was indeed domineering. Lin Chang'e had a photographic memory. Zhou Xuanji only demonstrated it once, and he memorized all the sword moves. Then, he began practicing with his sword. Zhou Xuanji watched from the side, and felt satisfied. When Lin Chang'e mastered the sky-dominating divine sword, he would become one of Skyfall's most powerful cultivators. 2 hours later, Lin Chang'e descended the mountain excitedly. Zhou Xuanji asked him to stay with the second-generation disciples, so that they could bond more easily. Night fell. Zhou Xuanji began cultivating the world Buddha art by the cliff. He had a premonition. He was about to master the second level, world reincarnation. As for how soon it would be, It could be a few months or a few years. But it would not be more than 10 years. Life returned to normal. Everyone was working hard on their cultivation. But the good times did not last long. One day after a month, thousands of cultivators surrounded Skyfall. Even the weakest cultivator was at astral projection level 5. And there were 3 great realization cultivators. The leader was a man in a purple robe. He had a medium build and looked ordinary, but there was a small flame levitating between his brows. Come, wonderful book house. Chapter 273. Zhou Xuanji, hand over the Tianxia map. You will not be able to escape. The purple-robed man shouted loudly. His name was Zhu Hanlong, and his cultivation base was at Mahayana Stage 7. He was ranked 39th in the Northern Wilderness Top 100, and his name shook the entire region. The cultivators behind him were all excited. Tianxia map. Hearing these 3 words, they were moved. Humph. You're courting death. Lin Chang's cold snort was heard. Then, a beam of sword aura that was 1,000 feet long broke through the sea of clouds and charged toward them. The purple-robed man raised his palm and slapped it down. A huge tiger head appeared out of thin air and shattered the sword chi. As soon as he retracted his palm, the tiger head turned into smoke and dissipated. Lin Chang'e flew over, and Ning Zifeng followed him. The 2 of them frowned slightly when they saw so many cultivators. Skyfall was in the territory of the demons. If Jihuang Demon Lord knew how so many experts had rushed over, he would definitely take action. Could it be that they had already colluded with Jihuang Demon Lord? The 2 of them were not afraid. Instead, they were eager to try. Let's compete and see who can kill more? Ning Zifeng raised his brows and asked provocatively. Lin Chang'e snorted and said, Let's compete then. Without another word, the 2 of them raised their swords and charged forward. A great battle immediately broke out. At the top of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating. Daoya old man walked up to him and said, Be careful. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he could clearly see the lineup below. In the entire human race, there wasn't a single sacred ground that had so many spirit refinement cultivators. In other words, these people came from various forces and joined forces to seize the Tianxia map. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and frowned. What will come will come. However, he was not afraid. Besides Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng, there was also Finyu Dragon King, which was enough to defend against the next wave of attacks. He stood up, looked at Xian Xianghua and asked, Hey, how are your injuries? This old demonic woman was a great tribulation scattered immortal. Even if he was injured, he was not someone a Mahayana cultivator could threaten. It's all right. It's not a problem to deal with these minions. Xian Xianghua replied without opening her eyes. She was as domineering as ever. As expected of the dragon's proud flower. Can you find the mastermind? Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya old man. After he killed the 5th and 8th in the world, those who dared to make trouble for him would definitely be even more powerful. He first thought of Jihuang Demon Lord. Daoya old man closed his eyes and pinched his fingers together to calculate. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. There is demonic aura. Other than Jihuang Demon Lord, there shouldn't be any other demon that dares to target you. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and began thinking. Why didn't Jihuang Demon Lord do it himself? Could it be that he wanted to test his strength? No matter what, a bitter battle was coming. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Xiao Jinghong, who was at the foot of the mountain, and asked him to gather all the disciples in case they were ambushed. Boom! 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 Under the sea of clouds came the sound of explosions one after another, and one could faintly hear the battle cries of cultivators. Zhou Xuanji observed the battle with his mind. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng were surrounded by 3 great realization cultivators, and were at a disadvantage. But from the looks of it, they could still hold on for a while. It was a good opportunity for them to temper themselves. When they could no longer hold on, Finyu Dragon King would take action. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away, Jihuang Demon Lord stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. From here, he could vaguely see Skyfall's silhouette. Behind him, An old demon wearing a Taoist robe stood in human form. He had a head of white hair and a kind face. If not for the bull tail on his back, others might mistake him for an immortal. "Sovereign, what are you afraid of?" the old demon in the Taoist robe asked. As the second in the world, was there a need to be afraid of the fifth? This was not Jihuang Demon Lord style. "Humph, why would I be afraid? I only want to lure him out before suppressing him." Jihuang Demon Lord snorted coldly. Although Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, it was not a threat to him. He was confident that he could kill Huangquan Drake King after all. But he was indeed a little afraid. With the Tianxia map in Xian Xianghua, who would dare to charge forward? He was not a nether ghost who had multiple lives. It was strange that a nether ghost with multiple lives died immediately. There must be something wrong. "Fate Ox, how is Daoya Old Man's divination compared to yours?" Jihuang Demon Lord asked suddenly. Almost every major faction had someone who was proficient in divination and divination. Only by doing so could they avoid disasters and develop in the long run. "Of course not as good as me," the old demon in the Taoist robe, who was called Fate Ox, replied arrogantly. Among the demons, his divination technique was the most powerful. He had contributed a lot to Jihuang Demon Lord's progress. Or else, with Jihuang Demon Lord's personality, how could he have grown to where he was today? Without him, he would have died long ago. This was also why Jihuang Demon Lord valued him so much. "I have heard that although a Qilin appeared when Zhou Xuanji was born, his lifespan was short. If not for Daoya Old Man changing his fate, he would have died long ago. Now no one can divine Zhou Xuanji's fate. Tell me, what fate did Daoya Old Man change for him?" Jihuang Demon Lord looked straight ahead and asked slowly. The Tianxia map and the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique were at Skyfall. He could not wait to crush Skyfall with a punch. Fate Ox was stunned and fell into deep thought with a frown. He could not answer this question. He knew how to change fate too, but he could not change Zhou Xuanji's fate. Jihuang Demon Lord did not speak anymore, and the two demons fell into silence. Sometime later, a domineering dragon roar came from Skyfall. Finyu Dragon King had joined the battle. His participation changed the situation straight away. "Damn! Why isn't Jihuang Demon Lord attacking?" The purple-robed man cursed with gritted teeth. Blood was flowing from his face, and he looked a little pathetic. The other two great realization cultivators were also in a miserable state. They were severely injured. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng were panting as they stared at him fiercely. The domineering Finyu Dragon King stood between them. Scorching lava flowed all over his body, which frightened the cultivators so much that they backed off. "If you continue to be stubborn, I will eat you," Finyu Dragon King roared furiously. His voice swept up a powerful gale, which shook the forest below like a tsunami in a green ocean. The cultivators were furious too, but they did not dare to go against Finyu Dragon King's aura. "Humph, I want to see if you can eat them." At this moment, Jihuang Demon Lord's cold laughter came. His voice shook the heavens and earth, and it was even more domineering than Finyu Dragon King's. He came walking in the air with Fate Ox behind him. Seeing him coming, Finyu Dragon King's expression changed drastically. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng's eyelids twitched violently too. Second in the world. Great tribulation scattered immortal. Jihuang Demon Lord looked up at Skyfall. "Zhou Xuanji, the Tianxia map is not something you can have. If you hand over the Tianxia map, I can consider sparing your life," he said with a mocking smile. After that, he pressed down with his right hand. Before Finyu Dragon King could react, he felt a formless giant mountain smashing into his body. He fell into the forest, sweeping up a cloud of dust, and the ground shook violently. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 274. Dragon King. Impossible. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e exclaimed. Finyu Dragon King was a 9th stage demon. He was defeated by Jihuang Demon Lord in an instant. Isn't this too exaggerated? The human cultivators were also shocked. The strength of the demon clan's sovereign was beyond their expectations. This kind of strength made people uneasy. If Jihuang Demon Lord obtained the Tianxia map, would he let them go? Their eyes flickered, and their hearts began to sway. Zhou Xuanji, if you still don't come out, your 2 sword slaves will die. Jihuang Demon Lord mocked. Right after he spoke, Zhou Xuanji flew over through the clouds and stopped in front of Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng. He was dressed in white, and he held the ancient god sword and the sky-extinguishing sword in his hands. His expression was calm, and he did not seem nervous at all. If you want the Tianxia map, why go through so much trouble? You can just look for me. Could it be that you want to share the Tianxia map with them and comprehend the great Tao together? Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. In his heart, he was thinking about how to deal with Jihuang Demon Lord. It was already so difficult to defeat Huangquan Drake King, let alone Jihuang Demon Lord. Emperor Hanlin had yet to awaken, and the ancient god sword needed 3 years to summon the soul of a powerhouse. The only thing he could rely on was the Hades god-slaying formation. Share the Tianxia map? The cultivators' hearts raced as they subconsciously looked at Jihuang Demon Lord. There were too many legends about the Tianxia map. It was said that the Tianxia map contained a peerless technique. It was said that the Tianxia map contained a huge amount of wealth. It was said that the Tianxia map contained an elixir that could instantly turn one into a sage. They had gone through so much trouble to get here, not just to help Jihuang Demon Lord. Why should I share what I want with others? Jihuang Demon Lord mocked. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji was trying to sow discord, but he did not care. He waved his left hand through the air, and a massive black claw appeared out of thin air, sending thousands of cultivators flying with blood gushing from their mouths. Only 3 Grand Ascension cultivators managed to evade the attack. Jihuang Demon Lord, what are you doing? Are you trying to break the contract? The purple-robed man bellowed furiously. The massive black claw had killed several hundred leaving Aperture Realm cultivators in an instant. How could he not feel a pang in his heart? Of course, it was mostly fear. Jihuang Demon Lord said in disdain. A bunch of ants dare to negotiate with me? Have you forgotten that this is a time of war between the 2 races? No one will say anything even if I kill you, traitors of the human race. The purple-robed man's expression changed, and he immediately turned to flee. Xiao, a black spear formed by demonic qi pierced through his chest, stopping him in his tracks. Then, he turned into a dried corpse at a speed visible to the naked eye. His soul screamed as it was absorbed by the black spear. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng broke out in cold sweat. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was sweating in his heart. This guy was even crueler than Huangquan Drake King. The other 2 Grand Ascension cultivators did not manage to escape either, and perished one after the other. Jihuang Demon Lord did not stop but strolled toward Zhou Xuanji. Seeing this, he immediately took out all the divine swords. All of you retreat to the mountain. Zhou Xuanji stared at Jihuang Demon Lord and said coldly. Lin Chang'e and Zhang Xian didn't try to be brave and left quickly. That's more like it. There's no need for others to disturb the matters between me and you. Jihuang Demon Lord laughed maniacally, his expression somewhat deranged. It was as though he could already see the scene of him obtaining the Tianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, you ignored the war between the 2 races and came to snatch the Tianxia map. Do you really think you can defeat Yang Di with the Tianxia map? I'm afraid that before you become powerful, Yang Di will have already conquered the northern wilderness region and exterminated the demon race. By then, you will have no place to stay. Zhou Xuanji mocked. The World Fool sword was above his head, and Jihuang Demon Lord was already within 1,000 meters of him. Jihuang Demon Lord stopped and said with a deep voice with a frown, You think I'm you? I don't know how to use the Tianxia map after obtaining it. Hearing Zhou Xuanji mention Yang Di, he was infuriated. Are you sure? You have never used the Tianxia map. Even if I give it to you, it will take time for you to make the Tianxia map recognize you as its owner again. Why don't we work together and kill Yang Di first? Then I will give you the Tianxia map. By then, you will be the top cultivator, and I will be the second. Isn't it a win-win situation? Zhou Xuanji stopped smiling and looked serious. He prayed in his heart. Wisdom subduing legendary sword, please show me your power. Jihuang Demon Lord heard him and fell into deep thought, frowning even more. What he wanted the most was not the Tianxia map, but the top cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji's words moved him. Sovereign, what are you thinking about? Fate Bull cried out. He kept his distance from Jihuang Demon Lord and Zhou Xuanji within 1,000 meters, so he was not affected by the World Full Sword. He felt that it was strange. If it was the usual Jihuang Demon Lord, he would have attacked straight away. Why would he talk so much nonsense? He's thinking about the top cultivator in the world. Do you understand? When your master is thinking, who gave you the right to interrupt? Zhou Xuanji glanced at Fate Bull and shouted furiously. Fate Bull was so furious that he snorted and said with a deep voice, "Noisy brat, you will die today." Chapter 275. Boom, boom, boom. Jihuang Demon Lord and Jiang Wudi fought fiercely. Each of their spells was ever-changing, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Jiang Wudi's spells leaned towards physical cultivation. Every punch and kick had the power to destroy the world. Jihuang Demon Lord was shrouded in demonic qi. The black spear in his hand pierced out continuously. Numerous demons appeared and surrounded Jiang Wudi like an army. When they were far away from Zhou Xuanji, they regained their senses. What's going on? I'm here to force him to retreat. Why did I fight with him? Jiang Wudi regretted in his heart. Why did I get carried away all of a sudden? He came to cheer for Jihuang Demon Lord. With him, Xian Xianghua, and Zhou Xuanji. He thought that Jihuang Demon Lord would retreat. But he did not expect him to fight with Jihuang Demon Lord the moment they met. Now that things had come to this, he could not care less about regret. He could only fight with all his might. Jihuang Demon Lord also sensed that something was wrong. His target was Zhou Xuanji. How could he fight with Jiang Wudi? Where did Jiang Wudi get the courage to fight with him? It must be because of the Tianxia map that made him lose his mind and go crazy. At the thought of this, Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes turned ferocious. He decided to kill Jiang Wudi with all his might. The battle between the human and demon became even more violent. Mountains were crushed one after another, and the sea of clouds billowed like a flood dragon. A horrifying pressure swept across the heavens and the earth, causing countless demons to flee in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked into the distance. From his perspective, he could see continuous explosions at the horizon. Dust covered the sky, and two silhouettes collided like auroras. The scene was terrifying. It was like a battle between immortals that could destroy the world. He sighed in amazement. Was this the power of a great tribulation scattered immortal? He wondered if he could unleash such destructive power when he broke through to the great realization stage. It was so tempting. Brat, the sovereign did not have time to deal with you. Let me deal with you. Fate Bull Demon's voice came from behind him. Before he could finish, Zhou Xuanji had already teleported away with the 8-step sword lunge. After countless battles, he had a keen sense for sneak attacks. Heavenly lightning surrounded his body, and his skin turned golden. He stared at Fate Bull Demon and laughed coldly. You are only at the great realization stage. You want to kill me? Seeing his expression, Fate Bull Demon's heart jolted. He did not panic. He quickly created mini clones that filled the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. Zhou Xuanji, you should not exist in this world, and the Tianxia map should not belong to you. Take out the Tianxia map now. Thousands of doppelgangers threatened in unison. Their voices converged together, causing one to be in a trance. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, shouldn't exist in this world? Xiao, xiao, swoosh. All the divine swords attacked one after another, bringing with them dragon-shaped sword qi that wreaked havoc in the sky. The clones were pierced through by the divine swords one after another, and it was difficult to tell which one was the true body. Zhou Xuanji was prepared to do it himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt a formless energy wrap around his limbs. Wisps of black qi appeared out of thin air and wrapped around his hands and feet, rendering him immobile. This guy, what kind of spell is this? He widened his eyes in shock. He felt that he couldn't activate his spirit energy, as if it was sealed. At this time, Fate Ox appeared behind him again. Zhou Xuanji, you are too young and have little experience. I hope you can remember this lesson in your next life. Fate Bull laughed coldly and reached for the back of Zhou Xuanji's neck. Smack. A jade-like hand swung across his face, directly smashing his head into smithereens. It was Xian Xianghua. She pulled back her right hand, and Fate Bull's soul fell into her hand. Instant kill. The black chi that wrapped around Zhou Xuanji's limbs disappeared. Xian, aren't you severely injured? Fate Bull cried out in fear. Could this old demonic woman be faking it? At the thought of this, his soul shuddered uncontrollably. He roared in his heart, Sovereign, run quickly. Not even Jihuang Demon Lord could resist Xian Xianghua and Jiang Wudi at their peak. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold. She clenched her right hand and crushed Fate Bull's soul. Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy recovered. He turned around and said to Xian Xianghua, Thank you. He almost fell into Fate Bull's trap. What kind of spell is that? He did not catch it at all. Be careful in the future. He's using a divine ability that imperceptibly seals the enemy's spiritual energy. I'm not sure what kind of divine ability it is, but I've seen similar divine abilities before. In the face of absolute strength, it's nothing. Xian Xianghua replied calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh. Such a show-off. The two looked into the distance. Jihuang Demon Lord and Jiang Wudi were still fighting intensely. They were so fast that Zhou Xuanji could not tell who had the upper hand. Have you recovered from your injuries? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had a feeling that Jiang Wudi would lose, because Jihuang Demon Lord's demonic chi was just too powerful. It surged endlessly and enveloped the heavens and the earth. No. Xian Xianghua replied straightforwardly. If she had recovered, why would she stay here to watch the show? Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord noticed Fate Bull's death too, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Xian Xianghua has recovered from her injuries? If so, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to him if the battle continued. He immediately turned around and fled, no longer fighting. Jiang Wudi was no match for Jihuang Demon Lord, so he naturally would not pursue him. He heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I must not be so reckless in the future. After the thought, he turned around and flew toward Skyfall. At the peak of Skyfall, in the stone pavilion, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Wudi sat facing each other. Xian Xianghua and Daoya Old Man sat on either side, while Jiang Shui sat on the wooden railing behind Zhou Xuanji, avoiding Jiang Wudi's gaze. Thank you for your help, sir. Daoya Old Man raised his wine cup and smiled. Jiang Wudi also raised his wine cup and shook his head with a smile. You're too kind. We are a family. A family? You're really shameless. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. But if not for Jiang Wudi's help, it would have been very troublesome. He understood Jiang Wudi's intention, which was to rope him in. I have no interest in the Tianxia map. My cultivation has reached its limit after all, and I can't go any further. But you are different. With the Tianxia map, you can create a new era. I came to help you because I hope to leave the Jiang clan a way out. Jiang Wudi looked at Zhou Xuanji and said solemnly, on the path of cultivation, one could not continuously grow more powerful just by cultivating. Everyone had their own limit. Most people could not even reach inner pellet. It was not because they did not work hard, but because that was their fate. Jiang Wudi was the same as Daoya Old Man. He had already reached his limit, and could no longer grow more powerful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, No matter what, you helped me today. If the Jiang clan is in danger in the future, I will help. Jiang Wudi heard him, and smiled in pleasant surprise. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and said, Don't be fooled by him. He searched for the sea-freezing stone personally, because he wants to go overseas to find new serendipity. This means that his ambition is not dead yet. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 276. Of course I will look for opportunities, but I won't set my eyes on the Tianxia map. I don't deserve such a treasure. Even if I get it, it will bring trouble to the Jiang clan. Jiang Wudi explained as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xian Xianghua's impression of him was simply too poor, and this was not a good thing. Zhou Xuanji ignored Xian Xianghua and asked, Can you tell me what serendipity you are looking for overseas? There's someone from overseas in Skyfall. If you can convince me, we can work together in the future. Jiang Wudi's eyes widened when he heard that. People from overseas? He anxiously asked. Where is he? Xian Xianghua glanced at him, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly retracted his attitude. Jiang Wudi immediately told him the reason. To tell you the truth, I accidentally entered a cave and found the words left behind by a great tribulation scattered celestial. He came from overseas, and his name was Dao Hongchen. He claimed that there were countless dynasties, and even the Great Fate dynasty above the ocean. This person obtained a heaven and earth stone by chance. Legend has it that the heaven and earth stone contains the power of heaven and earth. After this was exposed, he was chased by countless enemies. In the end, he hid the heaven and earth stone on a small island overseas, and came to the northern wilderness region himself. However, he attracted a powerful enemy. The demonic emperor bloodline. Jiang Wudi's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Demonic emperor bloodline? What the hell was that? Zhou Xuanji looked confused. Xian Xianghua frowned and said, the bloodline of the demonic emperor. Legend has it that this race only has a single descendant, and a demonic emperor will appear in every generation. Once awakened, they will possess invincible power. They are bloodthirsty by nature, and even they cannot control themselves. Up until now, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline hasn't appeared in 15,000 years. The last descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline fought against the evil king and the hegemon sword emperor alone. At that time, 20 great tribulations scattered immortals gathered together before they managed to kill him. In that battle, aside from the evil king and the hegemon sword emperor, everyone else died. Since then, the northern wilderness region's fate has declined. Until today, the number of great tribulation scattered immortals is far less than before. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. No wonder people often said that this era was not as good as 10,000 years ago. After the hegemon sword emperor, there had never been a true great emperor. He wasn't sure what a great emperor was. A true great emperor wasn't as simple as claiming to be. It was said that he needed the approval of the heavens and earth, and that he needed to be imbued with fate energy. Wait, what does this have to do with the demonic emperor bloodline? Jiang Shui couldn't help but interrupt. For some reason, she didn't have a good impression of this great ancestor. Because of Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Wudi's attitude towards her was completely different, so she had to be on guard. Jiang Wudi glanced at her and shook his head with a smile. Xiao Shui, don't be anxious. I'm not done yet. Little Snow. Everyone's expression was strange, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Could this old fellow not be so attentive? The fortuitous opportunity overseas is that world stone. But Dao Hongchen's last words predicted that the successor of the demonic emperor bloodline would think of a way to obtain that world stone. In other words, if we want to obtain the world stone, we might have to face the successor of the demonic emperor bloodline. Jiang Wudi sighed with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and said, the descendants of the demonic emperor bloodline are like the 10,000-year princes. Once they are born, they will be invincible, or even more exaggerated. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua expectantly. It would be best if he had the help of these two people. As for who would obtain the world stone, he already had a plan. If you are willing to help me, once we obtain the world stone, we can take turns to comprehend it. I will provide the map, manpower, and resources. I don't ask for much. I just want to break through heaven's secrets and ascend as soon as possible, Jiang Wudi said seriously. Ascension was something he yearned for day and night, and it was almost becoming a demon in his heart. Apart from becoming an emperor of an empire and ascending every 1,000 years, it was very difficult for ordinary people to ascend. It was not that he did not want to become an emperor, but he gave up on it. An emperor of an empire was mighty in the mortal realm, but if he ascended, he would be subdued by the immortals of the upper realm. He would never have freedom, and it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. No one knew the reason behind this, but this legend had long spread throughout the northern wilderness region. Almost everyone who stepped into the cultivation world knew about it. Jiang Wudi was proud. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, Let's talk about it in the future. Skyfall has not stabilized yet. Jiang Wudi nodded and smiled. Of course, we have to think about this at length. He still had his lifespan, so there was indeed no hurry. Xian Xianghua said disdainfully, "The sea-freezing stone is in my hands. Of course, you are not in a hurry." Jiang Wudi heard her, and his mouth twitched. After that, they chatted for a while more before Jiang Wudi left. According to him, Jihuang Demon Lord could not keep an eye on Zhou Xuanji for a long time. After all, the two races were at war. Daoya Old Man reminded Zhou Xuanji, "The descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline is like a world-destroying demon. He is born to be bloodthirsty, and is even more difficult to deal with than a 10,000-year prince. If you offend him, it will not be a good thing." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had the Tianxia map, so why would he need the World Stone? 10,000-year Prince Tian, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. How could there be so many overpowered people? Each of them sounded like the main characters of the world. In the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji asked the 4 mountain guarding kings to gather all the demons within a radius of 10,000 miles, so that they could gather information and spread the news. How powerful were the 4 8th-grade demons? In less than 10 days, they had subdued more than 200,000 demons, most of whom were weak, with the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. But the weaker they were, the more inconspicuous they would be, and it would be harder for the enemy to discover them. A month later, a shocking piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Jihuang Demon Lord encountered Yang Di. Within 10 rounds, Jihuang Demon Lord suffered a crushing defeat and escaped with severe injuries. Once the news spread, the two races were in an uproar. The humans were exhilarated, while the demons were terrified. The first and second in the world had such a huge difference in power? Everyone understood that the war between the two races was about to turn around. Liuwu Demon Wolf told Zhou Xuanji about the news. He was shocked and could not calm down. Back then, he respected Jihuang Demon Lord. He did not expect Yang Di to defeat Jihuang Demon Lord so easily. Zhou Xuanji heard about it and frowned. He had witnessed Jihuang Demon Lord's prowess. He was like a god and could not be resisted by the current him. Such a powerful cultivator was defeated in less than 10 rounds. With their power, 10 rounds were like the blink of an eye, which meant that Jihuang Demon Lord was defeated by Yang Di instantly. Seems like Yang Di broke through again. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement. Such a person should have appeared 10,000 years ago. In the current age, he was truly the most outstanding individual, and no one could rival him. Xian Xianghua frowned. Her eyes were filled with displeasure. Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone at the top of the mountain, including the second-generation disciples. He told them about Jihuang Demon Lord's defeat, and everyone was dumbfounded. They had witnessed Jihuang Demon Lord's prowess before, but they did not expect such a person to suffer such a crushing defeat. For the next period of time, everyone, focus on cultivating and practicing your sword. Try not to go out. With Yang Di, the demons will surely be defeated. Don't worry too much about your families, Zhou Xuanji said, and the disciples nodded. At this moment, analyze that the sword owner has reached 30 years old. Gotcha started. Com. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 277. 30 years old. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Time does not keep anyone. In the blink of an eye, I'm already 30 years old. Fortunately, this was the northern wilderness region. He was still young, still a teenager. Ding! Congratulations. The sword owner has obtained bronze flaming sword. Bronze. I'm already 30 years old. Why didn't you give me a surprise? Zhou Xuanji was a little angry, and the disciples before him were all shocked. Why did the Grand Teacher's face suddenly turn grim? Gold flying leaf sword. Amethyst soul sword. In the end, the sword spirit did not give him a surprise. Now, the amethyst legendary sword could no longer bring him excitement. The amethyst legendary sword could not threaten a great tribulation scattered immortal. It was the same for the glorious gold legendary sword. Only a heavenly soul legendary sword, or a higher grade legendary sword could make him happy. Especially in such a situation, he longed for an intimidating spirit legendary sword. Heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God-slaying Armageddon. He was looking forward to it. Okay, disperse and continue your training. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others immediately left with the second-generation disciples. He took a deep breath. He could not place his hopes on the legendary swords. His own power was more important. It was better to focus on cultivating the world Buddha art. The information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, flaming sword grade, bronze description. In ancient times, a cultivator traveled the world alone. Every time he extinguished his fire, he would use this sword. After extinguishing the fire 10,000 times, the sword transformed into a bronze legendary sword. Sword name, flying leaf sword grade, gold description. This sword has absolute control over leaves. It is extremely destructive and can sense the spirits of all plants. Sword name, soul sword grade, amethyst description. Soul origin is an extremely powerful soul. Once released, this sword will summon an army of soul origin. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji took out the 3 legendary swords and familiarized himself with them before continuing his cultivation. On the other side, the second-generation disciples were walking on the mountain path. Su Yang asked Xiao Jinghong carefully, Revered teacher, how could the grand teacher be in a bad mood? Bei Xiao Wangjian stared at him, which scared him so much that he shrunk his neck. Ning Zifeng chuckled and said, Sunlight Emperor has come out and is leading the way. Master is naturally unwilling to be left out. He must have comprehended something. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Everyone thought that Zhou Xuanji would become the top cultivator in the future. Facing the #1 expert in the world, his mood was naturally different. Cultivate well. It's our chance to rise up when Sunlight Emperor is in control of the human tribe. Don't let our master down, Lin Chang'e said, his tone full of expectation. He was already imagining the scene of Zhou Xuanji fighting Yang Di. It wasn't just him. Everyone in Skyfall felt the same way. The sun set and the moon rose. Late at night, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat by the cliff and looked up at the starry sky. Today, I am already 30 years old. You are almost 34 years old. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Hearing this, Jiang Shui stretched out her right hand with a smile and pinched his waist. She asked with a faint smile, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Well, you're almost 18. Zhou Xuanji corrected himself and looked at her with a gentle gaze. Even though she was already 34 years old, this girl was still like a young girl. Although she was intelligent in his eyes, she was still as pure as snow. The beauty in front of him had accompanied him for 28 years. In both his past and present life, she was the person who had accompanied him the longest. He hoped that 10,000 years later, he would still have her by his side. He would definitely try his best to do so. Oh yes, I want to marry you. When do you think is a suitable time? Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and asked softly. Jiang Shui was not surprised. She blushed and said, I'll do whatever you want. Before, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was not powerful enough, so he did not mention this matter. But during this period of time, he thought about it a lot. Cherished the present. Whether they got married or not, he had a responsibility for Jiang Shui in his heart. Actually, I want to let the world know that you are my wife on the day I establish my sect. But I feel that it's too far away now, and I'm afraid that you will be sad, Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Zhou Xuanji said seriously. These were his heartfelt words. Jiang Shui hugged his arm and leaned on his shoulder. Then we'll wait for the day you establish your sect. Now is not a good time. You and I both need to cultivate hard, and I don't want you to be distracted because of me, she said with a smile. Of course, I also hope that the world knows that we are married. How grand will that be? In the future, the establishment of our sect will be our wedding anniversary. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart. He held her hand, and began talking about the details of their marriage. Far away, in front of a building, Xian Xianghua looked at their backs and snorted coldly. A look of displeasure could be seen in her eyes. This brat did not take her seriously at all. After Yang Di defeated Jihuang Demon Lord, the world changed drastically. In that month, he charged into the demon army alone and killed millions of demons to save the imprisoned powerhouses from the sanctums. Because of this, Yang Di's reputation skyrocketed, and his name spread across the world. 3 months later, the demon army that the demons left in the human race were all defeated. In the 4th month, Jihuang Demon Lord retreated, and so did the entire demon army. This even caused the demon race's territory to shrink. In the 6th month, Yang Di descended to the Songhai Ziggurat and announced to the world that he invited the 8 sanctums, 7 empires, and top-tier factions to gather at Duantian Cliff. It was a year later. Rumors spread all over the world. Many said that Yang Di wanted to dominate the human race alone. Because of his powerful performance, the voices of opposition were far less than those of support. Across the entire human race, Yang Di's reputation was unprecedented. Compared to him, Zhou Xuanji was like comparing a grain of rice to the bright moon. At the top of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. Daoya Old Man, Xian Xianghua, Xiao Jinghong, and the others gathered here. The letter that Zhao Zongjian received was an invitation from the Songhai Ziggurat, inviting the master of Skyfall to Duantian Cliff. Now everyone in the world knew that Zhou Xuanji was in Skyfall. He would establish his own sect sooner or later, and he was already a faction. Yang Di is so ambitious. No, I must go to the surrounding mountains to spread the news and gather the Tanhua sect's disciples. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji ignored her and fell into deep thought. Should he go to Duantian Cliff? You cannot go personally. Although Yang Di is the top cultivator in the world, no one knows his true nature. What if he wants to kill you? The entire world thinks that as long as you continue to grow, you will become the top cultivator in the world. Moreover, you have the Tianxia map. Daoya Old Man reminded him with a grave expression. He had encountered many things in his life, and even his beloved disciple had died. He had a deep understanding of people's hearts. Lin Chang'e said, "Let me go. I represent Skyfall. Yang Di can't kill me, right? As long as he's not stupid." If Lin Chang'e was killed, Yang Di's reputation would plummet. Moreover, there was another faction behind him, the Hegemon Sword Sect. Wonderful Book House. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.